Chapter 491. When he was pushed out of the window by Gu Fei, Drifting's heart was already in his throat. When he heard Gu Fei's shout, his heart was like dead ashes. How could Drifting not know apple vinegar, the brightest star in Dawn Fog City? He was being treated as apple vinegar. How could he have a good ending? Thinking of this, Drifting tried to turn his head and look down, but he immediately relaxed. Gu Fei, who was at the window upstairs, also felt sorry. Due to the chaos of the people below, Gu Fei's shout from the third floor didn't cause any reaction. The players below continued to focus on killing. Any shout from one of them was enough to cover up Gu Fei's careless shout. No one noticed that he was drifting, and he just fell straight to the ground. The guard room was only on the third floor, so it wasn't enough for him to fall to his death. However, the players around him were shocked. What kind of alien was this sudden visitor? Drifting climbed up, patted the dust off his body, and received a message from Gu Fei. Looks like you're in luck. Fuck. Drifting secretly pointed his middle finger at Gu Fei, who was at the window on the third floor, then turned around and limped away. The players around him wondered who this person was. No one went to fight Drifting. After hesitating for a few seconds, they finally realized that they were in the middle of a battle. How could they stop fighting so tacitly? So, the two sides fought again. Back on the third floor, Gu Fei cleaned up Drifting and sat back on the sofa. While waiting for the time to come, he carefully observed Giordano, hoping to see if there was anything unnatural about his actions. But Giordano just stood and talked. What could be unnatural about him? Finally, it was time. Giordano started his patrol on time. Gu Fei quickly stood up and sent messages to Sword Demon and Slim Waist Dance. The target is moving. Following Giordano, he went out and went downstairs. At the gate, Giordano pushed open the door and slowly walked out. Gu Fei was not in a hurry. He hid behind the door and peeped at the situation outside. For him, the longer he was exposed in the courtyard, the more danger he would face. In any case, he would not walk as slowly as Giordano, so he could use his speed to set off later. Paying attention to Giordano's speed and time, Gu Fei finally made his way out of the government office. While paying attention to his surroundings, he moved forward cautiously. Finally, after Giordano stepped out of the range Gu Fei expected, Gu Fei sent a message to Sword Demon. Close. Done. Sword Demon answered immediately. Hurry up and run. When you come out, do this and this, then find a chance to sneak away. Gu Fei taught his treacherous tricks to the Sword Demon. Gu Fei was not too worried that the Sword Demon would need to rush out alone because the fog would basically form by then. It would be relatively easy for the Sword Demon to hide. The air in the courtyard began to change and gradually became thicker at a speed visible to the naked eye. The players who were originally focused on the battle began to notice. What's going on? Everyone had this question. But Gu Fei did not care so much. At this time, he had already begun to sprint with all his might. Get ready. Gu Fei sent a message to Slim Waist Dance. It would take 35 seconds for the fog to completely form. Gu Fei left himself 20 seconds to catch up with Giordano. We're here. The moment Giordano stepped into the assassination site, the fog completely formed. Visibility was as low as in the wild. Gu Fei also happened to arrive behind Giordano. After reasonable calculations, everything was so perfect. However, then Gu Fei almost fainted because something happened that was not in his calculations. They were surrounded. A large group of people rushed out of the fog. They had already seen Gu Fei approaching Giordano. They waved their swords and shouted, "What the hell are you doing?" "I miscalculated." Gu Fei cried in his heart. He actually ignored a very important point. At this moment of being attacked, how could the players not focus on guarding against Giordano? They had a better understanding of Giordano's movements. They had probably been on guard from the moment Giordano appeared, but the fog had disrupted their rhythm, so they arrived a little late. They couldn't compare to Giordano's precise calculations, or else they would have been killed before they could even get close to Giordano. Gu Fei was right. The players were indeed on guard against Giordano's appearance, but there was a dispute on how to guard against him. Some people believed that the enemy might not know that this NPC was an important character in the quest and had chosen him as the target. So, being so cautious would only make it seem like they were hiding something. They might as well be more daring and pretend to ignore him, causing the enemy to avoid him like how they avoided the other guards. Others thought that this idea was too bold. They could not be sure that the enemy did not have this information. Perhaps they were waiting for Giordano to appear and then swarm him. Under the situation of the dispute, they finally came up with a plan that killed two birds with one stone, secretly protect him. When Giordano appeared, they did not rush to surround him and protect him. Instead, they mobilized a portion of their men to follow Giordano's movements while maintaining a distance from him. If there were any abnormalities, they would react immediately. If there were no abnormalities, they would naturally be fine. In the end, the truth was that no hostile guild had taken any action. Gu Fei, the assassin, had actually kept his distance from Giordano. In fact, he was even further away than them, the protectors. As a result, they were not on guard against Gu Fei. When Gu Fei began to sprint, it was already the fog stage. Under the cover of the fog, Gu Fei arrived at Giordano's side perfectly. These bodyguards, on the other hand, realized that something was wrong when they saw the fog. They quickly closed in, but they were naturally slower than Gu Fei, who was already prepared and had a fast speed. Don't come over. Gu Fei's sword was on the side of Giordano's neck again. The same trick was used twice. Gu Fei felt very ashamed. It's you again. Someone had already recognized Gu Fei. Having fallen for the same trick twice, they would only feel more ashamed than Gu Fei and break down even more. However, they still did not dare to move. 4 minutes, only 4 minutes. Gu Fei complained in his heart. Every second was very precious now. It was really distressing to waste time with these guys like this. But if he attacked now, these guys would definitely swarm him, and he would not be able to deal with them. What should he do? Gu Fei could not think of a countermeasure at the moment. He could only regret that his plan was not thorough enough. But at this moment, another guard suddenly rushed out of the fog and ran in front of Giordano. Giordano also stopped and said in a deep voice, "What's going on?" "It seems that the water vapor absorber has been destroyed," the guard replied. "Go and check it immediately," Giordano ordered in a deep voice. "Yes." The guard ran away. Did the plot happen? Gu Fei looked at the NPC interaction in front of him in a daze. How could a hostage that was held by him be so calm and orderly? What was going on? But on this point, he was not wrong. If the sword demon was still in the cave at this time, he would definitely be taken down. It was a pity that he did not expect the players to be so out of control now. What should we do? Slender Waist Dance asked. Gu Fei could feel that she was by his side at this time, but what should he do? Gu Fei also wanted to ask this question. Kid, in this situation, you have no chance to kill Giordano. Just leave, we won't make things difficult for you. Someone began to persuade Gu Fei. But before Gu Fei could reply, there was a sudden commotion at the back of the encirclement. The crowd quickly became chaotic. This was obviously not 1 or 2 people being attacked, but the entire encirclement was attacked. This was clearly organized. It was their enemy guild. This thought flashed through Gu Fei's mind. Seeing that these guys had begun to turn around to face the enemy, and Gu Fei had wasted one of his precious 4 minutes, he could not hesitate anymore. Do it! Gu Fei shouted at Slender Waist Dance, who was in the air beside him, and swiped his sword at Giordano. At this moment, Gu Fei was a little nervous. After all, this mission was made up by him. If this Giordano turned out to be like some ordinary business NPCs and could not attack, then all his efforts would be in vain. Fortunately, Gu Fei's biggest worry didn't come to pass. His sword slashed out cleanly, and Giordano, who was under attack, quickly turned around and punched out. Gu Fei dodged to the side, but Giordano had already unsheathed his sword. His expression was one of rage as he swung his sword down. Gu Fei dodged and then returned the sword. He did not use any mana. He hoped to see Giordano's weakness before using high damage here. Slender Waist Dance also attacked at this time. She had already hidden behind Giordano and stabbed him with backstab. Her reaction was also very fast. After stabbing, she quickly ran away. Slender Waist Dance's damage was very high. In game terms, this stab created a lot of aggro. Giordano turned around and chased after her. Slender Waist Dance relied on her speed, and Giordano could not do anything to her for a while. But Gu Fei complained endlessly. In the blink of an eye, he had wasted more than 10 seconds. Now he had to find out the weakness through the fight. What could he find out by chasing around? You attack again later. After Gu Fei shouted at Slender Waist Dance, he had no choice but to go up and release the ultimate skill of Double Flame Flash. The high damage output was followed by continuous harassment. Slender Waist Dance on the other side just blindly ran away. Giordano's attention finally turned back to Gu Fei. Giordano was very strong. Gu Fei could already feel it. Fortunately, he did not have the abnormal speed of the Fog Assassin. Gu Fei could easily dodge his attacks. However, so far, he had only used some ordinary stabs and slashes. As a boss, he would eventually have some ultimate skills. When the ultimate skill appeared, could he dodge it? Or rather, when the ultimate skill appeared, would Giordano reveal his weakness? Butterfly Knot, the assassination officially begins. Chapter 492. The big move came at the drop of a hat. In a situation where normal attacks couldn't deal any damage to Gu Fei, Giordano very straightforwardly used a killing move. His figure, who had been attacking all along, suddenly stopped. The blade of his sword abruptly sank downwards and the dust around him was suddenly blown into the air. Giordano suddenly shouted loudly and flipped his sword over. He yelled, "Burst flames!" His one-handed greatsword, which was several sizes larger than Gu Fei's Nightstream sword, suddenly became like a red-hot soldering iron. It emitted a scorching heat and swept up a heat wave as it struck towards Gu Fei. The sword hadn't even reached him. It had only come into contact with the heat wave, but Gu Fei's health had already begun to drop. The might of this sword could be imagined. Gu Fei didn't even dare to use his sword to receive it. He was afraid that if he was too close to this move, he would be melted by it. He could only dodge. When Gu Fei dodged seriously, the position he would choose wouldn't be as simple as dodging an ordinary move. He would choose to enter a dead angle where his opponent couldn't continue attacking. At this moment, Gu Fei tilted his body and suddenly scuttled towards the right side of Giordano's body. This position was precisely the angle where Giordano couldn't pursue after his attack unless his joints could complete a twist that humans couldn't achieve. With the reality of the parallel world's propaganda, this sort of thing couldn't possibly happen. There was no threat for the time being. This was the judgment of Gu Fei, who had successfully seized this dead angle, with great confidence. But Giordano seemed to know that this attack was useless. The bright red blade of his sword had already returned to normal, but then the blade of his sword turned into a pitch-black mass. It made people feel extremely heavy when they looked at it. Giordano's loud yell followed, "Crag burst." Gu Fei's judgment of the dead angle was extremely accurate. If Giordano wanted to attack him in this position, he would need to move his body by a large margin. This would give Gu Fei ample time to observe his movements and respond. However, Giordano's second, "Crag burst," attack was faster than Gu Fei had imagined. He followed up with his second attack almost at the same time that the "exploding flames" failed. This made Gu Fei a little confused, because from that position, it was impossible for the same move to hit him. What did this guy mean by using it again? At this time, Gu Fei didn't know that Giordano was using another skill. Although he had heard Giordano's yell, the tragedy was that flame burst and crag burst were a perfect homonym. Giordano's sword stabbed into the ground with incredible speed. Gu Fei was still puzzled by this inexplicable action of his. Suddenly, an incomparably huge force attacked him from beneath his feet. Not good. Gu Fei's mind spun extremely quickly, and his reaction speed was even more astonishing. He reacted a step late, dodging almost at the same time as the skill's explosion. The ground cracked and shattered rocks flew everywhere. Gu Fei was sent flying by the wave of dirt. He could feel his health rapidly dropping, but at the same time, he knew that he had dodged the majority of the force. It shouldn't be enough to kill him, right? Gu Fei paid attention to the drop of his health. In the end, he lost his balance in the air because of the flying dirt and rocks and fell to the ground. How are you? Slender Waist Dance glided over and quickly helped Gu Fei up. I'm still alive. Gu Fei saw that his health had stopped dropping at a fifth. Idiot, how did you dodge it? Slender Waist Dance said. I hate this type of attack. Gu Fei was gloomy. It was such a perfect dodge, but Giordano had chased after it in such a way. This type of unrealistic fantasy attack was outside of Gu Fei's expectations. Just like that, Giordano didn't need to adjust his figure and completed a perfect attack on his enemy's blind spot. Of course, what was even more hateful was that damn homonym. Gu Fei now knew that these two weren't the same skill. Despicable system, if these two skills weren't homonyms, Gu Fei definitely wouldn't have hesitated so much after hearing it. At the very least, he wouldn't have lost so much health. Of course, the battle didn't stop there. Giordano turned around, and when Gu Fei wasn't in his attack range, he slashed out with his sword and yelled again, burst delay. Fuck. Gu Fei also yelled out. At the same time that Giordano yelled out, Gu Fei felt a sword wind that seemed to be able to tear through everything coming towards him. Gu Fei hurriedly rolled on the ground, and a deep crack appeared on the ground where he had just fallen. There should be a limit to how despicable you can be. Gu Fei clenched his teeth. 3 completely different skills with homonym names. It was hard to believe that this wasn't a deliberate design. Slender Waist Dance was so shocked that she couldn't speak. She had been right next to Gu Fei, but Giordano's hatred was clear, his target was clear, and his attack was precise. This attack didn't touch her at all. However, when she didn't react, Gu Fei dodged, and a crack appeared in front of her. A terrifying attack, a terrifying dodge, and a terrifying gap. Although Giordano's attack was terrifying, Slim Waist Dance felt that Gu Fei's reaction was even more terrifying since he was able to dodge the attack in time. You pervert. Slender Waist Dance felt that this description was perfect for Gu Fei. Are you ready? We're going. Gu Fei said to Slender Waist Dance. You saw his weakness? Slender Waist Dance was surprised. Giordano strode forward. After 3 consecutive killer skills, Giordano returned to the path of ordinary attacks. There was no helping it. As a boss, this was necessary. After all, bosses were for players to kill, so players had to have a decent chance. A boss that kept using high-level skills wasn't a good boss either. I can see the traces. Gu Fei said to Slender Waist Dance while dodging the attacks, this guy's attack path is a bit off and sluggish. This is caused by some of his old habits. Please speak Chinese, thank you. Slender Waist Dance said expressionlessly. To put it simply, he should have been using his left hand, but now, he's using his right hand. Gu Fei said. In other words, his left hand is injured, so he can't use his left hand? Slender Waist Dance's eyes lit up. It might not be his left hand. It could be any part of his left arm, especially the joints. Gu Fei said. Then we have to try. Slender Waist Dance said. That's right. Gu Fei nodded, let's hurry. It's the left shoulder, idiot. Suddenly, a lazy voice sounded from the side. Slender Waist Dance immediately turned around to look. A guy in fighter attire was sitting on the ground, picking his nose while looking at Gu Fei, who was fighting with Giordano with disdain. "Who are you?" Slender Waist Dance was on guard. "Hello beautiful, I'm that idiot's cousin." The person who suddenly appeared was Gu Xian. Gu Fei didn't turn around, but he already knew it was him from the voice. "Why are you here again? How did you get in?" Slender Waist Dance was shocked. This was because around their circle, the two guilds outside were fighting fiercely. It was hard to imagine that there would be a guy sitting on the ground so leisurely. His appearance didn't match the atmosphere around him at all. "Hee, I'm quite popular here." Gu Xian laughed. "Wind string, hurry and kill that guy." A confused player pointed at Gu Fei and yelled at Gu Xian. They were currently tired of fighting with their opponent's guild, and couldn't spare any manpower to protect Giordano. Gu Xian's reappearance surprised them, but what was even more surprising was that no one from their opponent's guild attacked Gu Xian. They could understand this point. Gu Xian was famous in Cloud Fog City, had good relations with people, and was also a free player without a guild. These people from the guilds recognized him, so naturally they wouldn't make things difficult for him. "Wait, let me see how this guy is going to deal with the boss first," Gu Xian said unhurriedly. "Fuck. Then what's the point of our quest?" The confused player was furious. "Who knows what your quest is for? I never said I'm here to help you with your quest, right?" Gu Xian actually answered the guy's question patiently. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream made everyone's heart skip a beat. Everyone couldn't help but look towards the direction of the sound. In the middle of the circle, Giordano had already thrown away the sword in his hand. His right hand was holding onto his left shoulder as he let out a scream. What's worse was that his eyes had already become cloudy, as if he had lost his mind. While Gu Xian and the confused player were talking nonsense, Gu Fei had already found an opportunity to heavily strike Giordano's shoulder twice. One was a dual flame flash, the other was a thunder palm, both of which were currently Gu Fei's strongest damage skills. Gu Fei believed in Gu Xian's judgment. Foresight, this kind of thing wouldn't degenerate because of laziness. Gu Fei's first strike caused Giordano to reveal an expression of extreme pain. After the second strike, Giordano fell into a state of mental breakdown. The Misty Assassin's Diary was a genuine quest guide filled with hints. Find out Giordano's weakness, attack it, and uncover the shadow of his pain. It was a very cruel method, but Gu Fei had done it. At this moment, Giordano's pain was very realistic. His eyes revealed a deep level of fear and trembling, which somewhat moved Gu Fei. This kind of pain, perhaps it wasn't just an injury. His injury must have been a terrifying experience. This was where Giordano's true shadow and pain lay. Perhaps this Giordano also had a complete past. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and do it," Gu Xian said. Gu Fei was a bit hesitant. He knew that the person in front of him was just an NPC. Its fate was to be hunted by players. But this time, Gu Fei's quest was completely based on his imagination. Unknowingly, he already felt that these NPCs were a kind of living existence. Just like when he was reading the Misty Assassin's Diary, Gu Fei sincerely hoped that the lost assassin would be able to walk out of the fog and return to the path of his life. Do I still want to complete the quest? This question suddenly appeared in Gu Fei's heart. Chapter 493. Hey, hurry up and do it. What are you hesitating for? Everyone in the circle hesitated when they saw Giordano's heart-wrenching pain. Gu Fei only hesitated in his heart, but his expression did not change. Slender Waist Dance had already put a pitying expression on her face. Only Gu Xian was unmoved. After seeing the two's hesitation, he gave them a word of warning. So pitiful, Slender Waist Dance said. There's almost no time. Gu Fei said this for himself. Whether to do it or not, he had to make a decision quickly. The fog was coming soon. At that time, a large number of system guards would rush over, and even a god would not be able to escape. Come on, come on. At this moment, the crowd suddenly came closer. Someone shouted. Then, they saw a sword demon squeezing through the crowd with his face covered. In this day and age, masked people were no longer rare. Masked masks were a common type of equipment for assassins. However, for the sword ghost, it was more important not to reveal his face. Obviously, he knew that he belonged to the type that people would never forget after seeing him. Of course, Sword Demon also knew the coordinates of the assassination site. After escaping from the small woodshed, he used the trick that Gu Fei taught him to get away with it all the way here, just in time for the end of the mission. Sword Demon saw Giordano half kneeling on the ground in pain at a glance. With his face covered, no one could see his expression, but everyone could hear his surprised tone. Success. Yes. Gu Fei nodded. What about now? Sword Demon did not understand why Gu Fei and Slender Waist Dance did not make a move at this time. Instead, they stood beside Giordano like bodyguards. Isn't this cousin of the Gu family? Why is he here again? Sword Demon was very polite. He did not hurry to greet people at this critical moment. So pitiful. Slender Waist Dance pointed at Giordano and said to Sword Demon again. Huh? Sword Demon was puzzled. No wonder he was a veteran MMORPG. His mental fortitude was extremely high. In his eyes, Giordano wasn't a person. It was experience, gold, or treasure boxes. He didn't have any sympathy for a system character. Slender Waist Dance was a girl. Sword Demon could understand her mentality. Girls were often more immersive when playing online games, but Gu Fei. He didn't even blink when killing players. Couldn't he do it to an NPC? Sword Demon suddenly felt that human nature was too complicated, there's not much time left. Sword Demon reminded Gu Fei. I'll leave it to you. Gu Fei patted the Sword Demon. Sword Demon didn't hesitate at all and immediately stepped forward. Anyone could see that Giordano wouldn't resist at all. If it was a normal game plot, he would only have a sliver of HP left and say some last words. Finally, the player would casually stab him and the plot would be completed. This was what Sword Demon did. He stabbed Giordano's body. Then, there was the sound of him falling to the ground. Sword Demon turned his head excitedly. I got it. There really is a quest. Your deduction was right. What did you get? Gu Fei asked. Sword Demon held up a bloody bag, Giordano's head. Just like the assassination of the great thief Suitu, the moment the corpse fell, the system automatically completed the decapitation and found the bag. It was too violent and bloody for the player to cut off the head themselves. Let's retreat. Sword Demon said. He was a bit surprised. The quest was completed so smoothly. Why didn't these people look happy? Yes, we have to go. Gu Fei looked at the time and then looked around. The fog was already a bit thin. The water vapor absorber seemed to have started working again. The players who were watching in the fog were tired of the team battle. When they had time, they turned their heads and looked over. They were shocked to find that the head of their quest issuer, the key protected target, Giordano, was gone. He fell lonely in the yellow sand. The people who saw things through the fog believed that this was a super awesome mission failure. Everyone was going crazy. Some people threw caution to the wind and wanted to fight the murderer to the death. However, they were quickly stopped by their opponents. The murderer in their eyes was a hero, a knight, and the savior of the guild battle in the eyes of their opponents. Hey, aren't you leaving? How long are you going to stay here and pick your nose? Gu Fei and the others were about to retreat, but Gu Xian was still sitting on the ground. No, I want to draw a line with you. Otherwise, it will be very troublesome, Gu Xian said. So Gu Fei ignored him and led the other two into the battle. The three of them were treated like heroes. The players tried their best to cover for the three of them. This was something Gu Fei didn't expect. However, they had long since studied the route of retreat. From the start of this quest, the biggest threat in Gu Fei's mind was the NPC soldiers. In order to block their line of sight, Wu Li's current route of retreat was to avoid them as much as possible. With the cover of the team, the chosen route, and the unique speed of the three of them, the retreat was daunting but not dangerous. The three of them smoothly rushed out of the main gate of the government compound. Behind them, the sounds of killing still shook the sky. It's over. Gu Fei looked back. He had spent a lot of energy and time on this for the past few days. Now that he had reached the end, everything was in the past. He suddenly felt a little disappointed. Sword Demon wasn't disappointed at all. He didn't feel disgusted with the blood bag in his hand. For a veteran player, the reward of the quest was the climax. Yo, it's already done. The three of them walked out of the main gate. After walking a few steps, a figure appeared in the fog. He saw the three of them and greeted them. Why are you here? The person waiting here was actually the Han family young master. If it wasn't for my series of arrangements, would your quest have been successful? Han family young master said. What arrangements did you make? Gu Fei said. Think about it yourself. Giordano had already died, but his old friend was still there. The annoying guy was still as annoying as ever. The melancholy in Gu Fei's heart suddenly lessened a bit. It was probably diluted by this annoyance. Let's leave this place first. Sword Demon said. He was afraid that the people in the fog would surround them at any time. Let's leave, it's almost over. Han family young master said as he looked towards the courtyard. At this time, the fog had finally dispersed again. Experienced players could see at a glance that one side of the battle had already started an organized retreat. What did you do? Gu Fei asked the Han family young master. Gu Fei concluded that the Han family young master had calculated a lot of the actions of this group of guild players who were in the fog. But of course, this wasn't his guess. He should have been secretly and cleverly guiding the other side to cooperate with Gu Fei's actions. Suddenly, Gu Fei reached the most critical moment of the operation. At the assassination site, when he was surrounded by the players in the fog, the other guilds suddenly rushed over. Was this really a lucky coincidence? It didn't seem difficult to make this kind of arrangement. As long as he gave these guilds some hints, telling them that Giordano was a very important character, and revealed reasonable coordinates, the coincidence in the end was completely predictable. Gu Fei quickly remembered that when he and Sword Demon were researching the mission together, Han family young master also took his notebook and casually glanced at it a few times. This guy really knew how to look at the key points. Gu Fei sorted out the Han family young master's thoughts. The things that he missed were actually all considered by this guy who was not part of the situation. He had to admit that this guy's overall strategic thinking was a cut above others. He would calculate every detail and make sure there was no deviation at all. How is it? Are you convinced now? Han family young master didn't answer Gu Fei's question at all. But looking at Gu Fei's expression as if he had understood something, he probably guessed it. You seem to have grasped all our actions. Gu Fei felt that it was a little unbelievable. This guy's guess was a little too accurate. Of course, I asked Sword Demon. The real answer was so simple. At this time, Sword Demon couldn't wait to complete the mission and asked Brother Yu, where is your cabin in the oak forest of Forest Shade City? With Brother Yu's intelligence habit, he naturally remembered the coordinates of the places he passed by. After answering, he asked, did you find anything new? More than that, we've completed it, Sword Demon said. What? Giordano has been successfully assassinated by us. Sword Demon announced. Can we really carry out the mission without the mission bar? Brother Yu's stubborn online game thinking was subverted. Damn, I miscalculated. Unscathed in battle sighed. Originally, I should have followed Qianli this time. Yutian Shinming was also regretful. Brother Yu, experience and dogmatism can't be done. You've learned from this. Unscathed in battle said. Yes, the spirit of innovation is very important. Look at Qianli. Learn more. Yutian Xinming said. Hey, you too, you don't have to post it in the channel for everyone to see even if you're making sarcastic remarks. Brother Yu was depressed. These two people were clearly beside him, but they wanted to talk to him in the channel. Could it be that they had some ulterior motives? The two's intentions were quickly exposed, and they sent almost at the same time in the channel, Brother Qianli, take us to receive the reward. Shameless. Everyone couldn't help but sigh. Speaking of which, who does this mission belong to? Sword Demon also had this doubt. After all, there was nothing in the mission bar. Everyone, go and receive the reward. Try it and you'll know. The two shameless guys continued to shout. If even you guys can receive the reward, then there's really no justice in this world, Han family young master said. Although those people went to Shady Forest City, it had nothing to do with the actual assassination. If they had to make a connection, touching the Misty Shadow Assassin's diary was probably their only achievement. So are we going to Shady Forest City now? Sword Demon was very spirited. Tomorrow, it's time to go offline, Gu Fei said. Oh, that's good. For Sword Demon, this day must have been very difficult, but since it was Gu Fei who released it, then no one would have any objections. Then we don't have to come back, right? The three people who were still on the way back asked. No need, Han family young master said. Then what about that guy? Jian Nan and his gang, aren't they going to continue the chase? Isn't there still a staff? Those two greedy guys wanted everything. A bunch of trash. If you guys remembered things, it would have been over long ago, Han family young master said. Butterfly knot, yesterday's left shoulder and right shoulder was a typo. The weakness is the left shoulder. Chapter 494. Everyone didn't think much of it. Indeed, because of this quest, everyone had been so busy these past few days that they had forgotten that they had purposely chased after Jian Nanyu to Xiaowu City. However, Han family young master clearly seemed to have forgotten about it as well. Yet, at this time, he was still reprimanding them. The staff of resurrection in Jian Nanyu's hands has already been put up for sale. Han family young master said. There's such a thing. The others were surprised. A bunch of trash. Han family young master continued to look down on them. However, these people in front of him, who had been dealing with him for a long time, had already trained their disdain to the point of being immune to damage, so they pretended not to hear it. Could it be a smokescreen? Brother Yu asked. No, it was put up for sale in the exchange. The staff's information and the seller are all clear at a glance. It was already bought by someone 2 days ago. Han family young master said. Are they cutting their losses? Sword Demon sighed. It seems like they know that holding that thing in their hands is troublesome, so they might as well exchange it for money. Dropping 2 or 3 levels in a few days is too much of a blow to their confidence. Everyone sighed. The people around Gu Fei all looked at him. They habitually thought that it was because of Gu Fei. But in reality, when they thought about it carefully, not many of the 7 people had died directly in the hands of Gu Fei. I don't think it's just a matter of confidence. Jian Nanyu is a member of the robber circle. Perhaps he received some news in their circle and knew that many people in the same circle were eyeing them. This is probably the main reason why he was so ruthless to sell it. Brother Yu analyzed. Later on, let's look at the forum. If he wants to drop this bomb, he might also post something there. Makes sense. Everyone said. Also, Brother Yu continued to send messages in the channel. What are the attributes and data of the staff? Hurry up and tell me. Gu Fei and the others, who were not with him, were already imagining Brother Yu eagerly pulling out his notebook and pen. Unfortunately, only the Han family young master had seen the consignment. Obviously, he was not reliable when it came to this kind of thing. Although this guy was smart, he would not let things that he was not interested in occupy his brain. The answer he gave Brother Yu was not satisfied. I forgot, the name seems to be Resurrection Staff, and the skill is called Resurrection of the Dead, right? Let's take a look at the forum later. There might be some. Everyone comforted Brother Yu. Hence, Brother Yu quickly went offline to check the forum. Gu Fei also went offline. To them, this was a day of complete victory. However, to the flower amidst the Fog Guild, this day was a tragedy. After Gu Fei and the others left, the enemy guilds immediately retreated in an organized manner. To be honest, they had no idea what they could do to ruin Flower Gazing Through the Fog's quest. In any case, they had already caused a huge ruckus in the courtyard. Even the system guard boss had been killed. This was a huge harvest. No matter how many people they had, they would not dare to attack the system guard boss. Han family young master had predicted this, so he told these guilds that there was a quest that could help them attack the system guard boss. This was why these people were so cooperative. The smoke from the battlefield dissipated, and Flower Gazing Through the Fog's players had a sorrowful expression. After so many days and nights of perseverance, all they got in return was a headless corpse. This corpse laid there for a long time and refused to respawn, as if it was mocking them for their incompetence. 3 sighs of Flowing Maple's face was ashen. They knew the other party's goal and made all possible arrangements, but in the end, the other party still completed the quest. Where's Wind's string? Didn't he say that he would take care of that guy? 3 sighs of Flowing Maple was going crazy. He left. Someone came up and said, before he left, he said that person was his relative. He tried to persuade him, but he couldn't. Bullshit. 3 sighs of Flowing Maple roared. Everyone was silent. Their guild leader had always been known for his calm demeanor. Recently, he seemed to have gone insane from all the torment. He kept getting angry, a classic case of endocrine imbalance. Drifting, where did he go? 3 sighs of Flowing Maple looked around and couldn't find Drifting, so he sent a message to Drifting. I'm sorry, guild leader Flowing Maple. I tried to persuade that guy to give up on the quest, but I couldn't. I've let you down, and I've let the guild down, so I'll leave. Drifting replied. Fuck. If it was a phone that sent the message, it would have definitely been smashed by 3 sighs of Flowing Maple. Flowing Maple, calm down. 3 sighs of Flowing Maple's comrades comforted him. Let's wait for the next quest issuer to come out and see how the quest goes. The issuer is over there. 3 sighs of Flowing Maple pointed at the headless corpse. Everyone was speechless. Giordano was indeed dead, but how could there be one less NPC in the system just because of one death? Of course, replacements would be spawned very soon. It seemed like 3 sighs of Flowing Maple had really lost his mind. The players all retreated, feeling that it was the wisest decision not to interact with him. Giordano patrolled once a day, which was equivalent to once every 6 hours in real life. None of the players left the courtyard, and everyone spent these 6 hours with a heavy heart. The door of the government office suddenly opened, and Giordano appeared in front of everyone with the same smiling face and voice. No one was excited. After all, this was how NPCs respawned. It was impossible to erase the fact that the previous Giordano had died. As expected, at the position where he usually announced the quest progress, the new Giordano angrily said, I am the new guard captain Giordano. My predecessor was actually assassinated under your watch. How did you do your research? No one paid attention to him. Who would take an NPC's criticism seriously? In any case, no matter if you said something nice or begged for mercy, the NPC would not show any mercy. Everyone was just waiting for him to announce the result. 50 points deducted. Keep your spirits up from now on. The new Giordano turned around and left. Guild leader. Guild leader. Someone come, the guild leader is in shock. The players were in chaos. 50 points. 3 sighs of Flowing Maple, who had just woken up, almost cried. 50 points meant 50%. Right now, the entire courtyard was completely cleared of weeds. 3 sighs of flowing maple could not think of any way to get back this 50% progress. By relying on the meager automatic increment every day? Would he be able to see this quest completed in his lifetime? Disperse. We give up on this quest, 3 sighs of flowing maple announced dejectedly. Everyone was dejected and did not know what to say. The morale of the guild had fallen to the lowest point. Guild leader. At this time, someone suddenly sent a message in the guild channel. Someone outside the courtyard says that he wants to see you. Let him come, 3 sighs of flowing maple replied indifferently. Perhaps he did not even see what was going on, but he just gave an answer that he agreed. To him, he did not think that there could be any worse situation. Who is it? Someone in the guild muttered. The person quickly arrived in front of 3 sighs of flowing maple and the others. 3 sighs of flowing maple weakly glanced at the person and used an appraisal skill. Our guild does not accept people who are not level 40. The person was only a level 35 cleric. Giordano has been killed. 50 points deducted, right? The person said with a smile. Yes. After 3 sighs of flowing maple responded, he suddenly realized something. Who are you? How did you know? The person glanced at the lifeless players. Don't be discouraged. There is still a chance to salvage the situation. What chance? 3 sighs of flowing maple asked. Get 50 points in one fell swoop. If everything goes well, you can even complete the quest in one go. The person continued to smile. Who, exactly are you? 3 sighs of flowing maple had returned to his usual calm state. As he spoke to the person, he was already analyzing the situation in his mind. Who could this person be? A spy from an enemy guild? However, there was no need to try and bluff when the quest was already a complete failure. What was this person trying to do? My name is Hongqin Yixiao. Trust me, I can help you. The confidence on the person's face was very eye-catching among the dejection and disappointment around him. Is that so? Then what should I do? Tell me. 3 sighs of flowing maple wanted to give it a try. Don't look like that. This isn't difficult. Come with me. Hongqin Yixiao turned around. Let's go take a look. 3 sighs of flowing maple said to the people beside him and followed. The expressions around him were uncertain. Everyone was guessing who this person was. Some people thought that the guild leader was still in a state of collapse. He actually believed a level 35 noob that came out of nowhere. Another day passed. The next day, when Gu Fei logged on, he immediately received a call from Sword Demon. It was obvious that he had been waiting for him for an entire day. Let's go. Sword Demon called out to the crowd. Teleport. Gu Fei said to Slender Waist Dance. He knew that the teleportation scroll could not only teleport one person at a time. Get lost. It's free. Slender Waist Dance flatly refused. This kind of expensive item, Slender Waist Dance, was clearly only prepared to use it in times of crisis. To her, other people's laziness wasn't a crisis at all. I asked around and found a shortcut. It's much closer than Waterside City. Sword Demon said. Oh. Mist City, Waterside City, and Shady Forest City. These 3 cities form a triangle. It's possible to directly walk towards Shady Forest City from Mist City. Sword Demon said. Then why did the Misty Shadow Assassin pass through Waterside City before departing from Shady Forest City? Sword Demon was silent for a while. Can you not reason with the system? Sometimes it's very realistic, but sometimes it's illogical. Gu Fei complained. Passing through Waterside City should also be an important clue. If it's an ordinary player, they probably have to go there to find out something. Han Family Young Master said. What do you mean? What is an ordinary player? To put it simply, after exchanging a few moves, you can see through the opponent's old injuries. Do you think this is something an ordinary person can do? Han family young master said. What do you mean? Giordano's old injuries are a clue from the diary. But where are the old injuries? An ordinary person would have to spend a lot of effort to investigate. How could there be such a barbaric guy like you who would use violence to solve it? Han family young master said in disdain. You mean the clue is in Waterside City? Gu Fei said. I didn't say that. What I meant was that the assassin passed through Waterside City. It's not that the system is unreasonable, it's a clue deliberately left behind. Since you believe it to be true, then all the illogical parts aren't unreasonable, they're doubtful. Chapter 495. In the end, everyone agreed with Han family young master. Gu Fei's way of completing missions was indeed mixed with some extraordinary feats. For example, the first time he challenged the map, he saw traces of fighting in the environment in the luminous village, and this time he read Giordano's old injury from his attacks. These were impossible for any ordinary person. If a normal person wanted to know where Giordano's old injury was, they would have to find another way, but Gu Fei relied on his specialty to take a shortcut. The group chatted as they continued on their way. Gu Fei greeted and bade farewell to everyone that he knew here. Come again when you're free. The most enthusiastic response was from number 2, Scissorhands. Goodbye. Strange Pupil's answer was the most ordinary. Ha, I'm now in the top 10 thieves. Yan Xiaozhu did not care what he was saying to her. She shared her joy with someone who had sent her a message. Gu Fei smiled. Yan Xiaozhu's rise to the top 10 was all thanks to him. This was because Gu Fei had kicked Apple Vinegar out of the top 10 thieves leaderboard, giving Yan Xiaozhu a spot. Oh, was Gu Xian's answer, meaning, oh. He was constantly showing others that he was a lazy person to the bone. I'm preparing to go to Sunset City too. If there's any good business in the future, remember to take care of me. This was 100 Live's strategist, who had followed them to Sunset City. He spoke like a businessman and got into character very quickly. The journey was boring. Han family young master passed the time by drinking. Sword Demon was definitely someone who could endure loneliness and boredom. Gu Fei practiced her footwork by walking. Therefore, the most boring thing was the waist dance. She began to regret not using the teleportation scroll, but it was too late. There was no mailbox in the wilderness for people to use. In the end, she could only kill time by chatting with other girls in the guild channel. We're almost there. Finally, the iconic dense forest of Forest Shade City appeared in the sight of the 4 of them. Then, they saw 3 familiar-looking guys on the road beside the forest. Brother Yu, unscathed in battle, and Yutian Shinming were eagerly waiting. You're here. Yutian Shinming was very enthusiastic, as if he had missed everyone very much. Hey, the slender pretty girl is here too. Beautiful women couldn't escape his eyes. Well, let's hurry up. Hurry up and form a party. We're going to complete the quest, unscathed in battle said shamelessly, emphasizing the word, we. I really can't think of any reason for you to be rewarded. Sword Demon said, Wushang, you and Yutian haven't even read the diary, right? Who said that? I heard brother you read 3 pages. Yutian Shinming's face was filled with pride. Let's go, take us to the small wooden house, Gu Fei said. The 3 people had already been added to the party. Brother Yu led the way, and soon, the party of 7 arrived at an oak forest. Brother Yu pointed forward, and a lonely small wooden house came into view. Gu Fei stepped forward and gently pushed the door open. Not long after Gu Fei and the others left Cloud Fog City, the entire flower gazing in the Fog Guild suddenly rejoiced. Just now, after the new Giordano appeared, he announced to them that they had done very well during this period of time. The Castellan thanked them for their contributions and decided to reward them. It's done. 3 Size Flowing Maple couldn't believe his ears. He looked at Hongchen Yixiao beside him in surprise, the rookie who had appeared mysteriously. After listening to his instructions, the task that the flower gazing in the Fog Guild had delayed for several days was completed in one day. Of course, Heng Chen Yixiao said with a smile, you can go find the Castellan now. The guild leader, 3 Size Flowing Maple, who had temporary access to the government office, couldn't wait to follow the new Giordano to meet the Castellan of Cloud Fog City. The rewards were also announced at this time. Just like the rewards for completing guild quests, the players who didn't die during the quest received money and experience. More importantly, the guild was directly promoted by 1 level. When 3 Size Flowing Maple walked out of the government office, he was so happy that he couldn't even close his mouth. The haze of the past few days had been swept away, and he didn't hold a grudge against Gu Fei for causing trouble again and again. Instead, he was very interested in the rookie named Heng Chen Yixiao in front of him. A small character like this knew quite a lot. Where did this person come from? Thank you so much. After walking out, Flowing Maple 3 Size immediately thanked Red Dust Smile profusely. His gratitude came from the bottom of his heart. It's nothing, I just did what I was supposed to do, Heng Chen Yixiao said. What you were supposed to do? The people who heard Heng Chen Yixiao's words didn't understand. Your quest received damage that shouldn't have happened at the moment. Assassinating Giordano shouldn't have been a quest that current players shouldn't have been able to accept. Even if they did, they wouldn't have the ability to complete it, Heng Chen Yixiao said. But someone did accept it and completed it. 3 Size Flowing Maple's mind thought of the annoying black mage. That's why I said that he's an unreasonable existence, Heng Chen Yixiao said. Your GM? 3 Size Flowing Maple's reaction wasn't slow, and he suddenly came to a realization. No. Heng Chen Yixiao shook his head, I'm just a normal player. He smiled. 3 Size Flowing Maple and the others were a bit confused. If he was just a normal player, then what did it have to do with him whether their guild quest was completed or not? Moreover, this person didn't ask for any benefits from the start. Alright, congratulations on your guild rising to rank 7. I'm leaving. Heng Chen Yixiao turned his head and prepared to leave. Hey, wait. 3 Size Flowing Maple quickly caught up. Although he still didn't know what kind of character this guy was, 3 Size Flowing Maple was sure that if he absorbed this person into his guild, there would definitely be benefits. Guild? Forget it, I'm about to leave Xiaoyu City, Heng Chen Yixiao said. Leave Xiaoyu City? Where are you going? 3 Size Flowing Maple subconsciously asked. After assassinating Giordano and receiving the reward, I should be going to Forest Shade City's Oak Forest. Heng Chen Yixiao seemed to be talking to himself. Forest Shade City, Oak Forest. The door to the small wooden house was pushed open by Gu Fei, but he was the last to enter. Every one of those guys was more impatient than him. Unscathed in battle and Yutian Shenming were the first to enter. It clearly had nothing to do with them. The light in the small wooden house wasn't very bright. Looking at the furnishings, it seemed like a study. There was an NPC sitting behind the desk. When he saw someone rush in, he didn't have much of a reaction. He only raised his head and looked at them. My name is Gru. What business do you all have? His opening speech was exactly the same as when Brother Yu and the others had come looking for him. Sword Demon glanced at Gu Fei, who was the last to enter. He carried the bag of blood containing Giordano's head and walked up. Everyone held their breath and stared. What kind of existence would this quest be? When Gru saw the bag, he finally had a reaction that Brother Yu and the others hadn't seen before. Giordano? Xiaoyu City's Giordano? Gru said in surprise. That's right, Sword Demon replied. You guys did it? Gru looked at the people in the room. Unscathed in battle and Yutian Shenming were the first to get excited. He said, you guys. Does that include us? No one paid attention to these two. Sword Demon just continued to answer, yes. Where's Andrew? Gru asked. He's dead. Sword Demon's reaction was slightly slower. He hesitated for a moment before remembering that Andrew was the name of the Hayes assassin. Usually, these characters were collectively referred to as bosses. Very few people remembered their names. What a pity, Gru said. Hearing the news of the Hayes assassin's death, the NPC's face didn't show any unusual expression. It was as if he had heard something very normal. After a short silence, Gru continued to say, although you guys aren't from the Alliance, since you've completed this quest, then I can give you a chance to join the Alliance. How about it? Think about it. Only by joining the Alliance can you get the reward. Join. Hearing the word reward, Unscathed in Battle and Yutian Shinming jumped up. Don't rush. Understand the situation first. Brother, you persuaded the two of them. Then, they heard Sword Demon ask, Alliance? What alliance? Assassin Alliance, Gru replied. What's that? Sword Demon asked. This is an ancient and mysterious organization that uses absolute punishment to purify all evil in this world. But now, people's ideals have mostly been replaced by material desires. We have to rely on some rewards to support our mission. How about it, young man? Regardless of whether you have ideals or other motives, there's already a door in front of you, Gru said. Sword Demon looked back at the others. This kind of background introduction made veteran players feel a sense of déjà vu. Brother Yu, who had the most information, was the first to conclude, could this be faction? Faction was a concept introduced in some online games. It divided players into different groups by the system to enhance competition and interaction among players. Since the opening of the parallel world, there hadn't been any introduction or publicity about factions. Some players had criticized this, but the officials had remained silent. Could this be a faction? Very similar, join and give it a try. I don't know if we can retreat when the time comes. It doesn't matter. Factions are just a type. Strength will be determined by the final players. Then should we all join this assassin alliance? I wonder if there are any class restrictions. Can we only be assassins? We'll know after we try. After a long series of discussions, many people decided to give it a try. The first to bear the brunt was naturally Sword Demon. I want to join the Assassin Alliance. Sword Demon said to Gru. Very good. Young man, I hope you can fight for your ideals and not for money. Take it. This will be a symbol of your identity. Gru waved his arm, and a black light seemed to pierce through Sword Demon's left arm. Sword Demon also felt a sharp pain. He quickly rolled up his sleeve and saw a tattoo of a dagger inserted diagonally on his arm. There was a string of English words on the blade, and the number 2 was written on the handle. Chapter 496. A group of people surrounded him, grabbing onto Sword Demon's arm to look at it. Yutian Shinming pointed at the pattern on the dagger. What does it say? Death or glory? Han family young master, read it out loud. Death and glory. TSK TSK TSK. Everyone sighed. Number 2. Brother, you analyzed the number. This means that Sword Demon is now the second in the Assassin's Alliance, right? In other words, there are only 2 people in total. Han family young master said. 2 people. I don't feel comfortable calling it a faction. Unscathed in Battle said. This means that the system isn't widely available to players. With Hayes Assassin's abilities, he should be a boss around level 60. From the mission in his diary, there was a reward for joining a faction. This means that level 60 might be the era where players will join factions. Through some guided missions, we can get this opportunity. Brother, you analyzed. Everyone felt that it made sense. But the world is really big. We aren't the only ones who can complete level 60 missions. I wonder who this number 1 is. Brother, you sighed. Who cares? We want to join too. Yutian Shinming and Unscathed in Battle said at the same time, rushing forward. A leading serial number was a symbol of seniority. It was simply a lifetime of glory. No matter how amazing you are, you're just number 42568. In front of number 1, you'll never be able to win back that sense of pride. Otherwise, why would QQ's short ID be called Beautiful ID? I'll take 3, I'll take 3. Yutian Shinming and Unscathed in battle roared as they charged at Gru. In the end, Gru just looked at the two coldly and said in disdain, although the Assassin's Alliance has lost its purity from ancient times, it's not a place that anyone can join. Then how can I join? The two of them asked at the same time. Gru ignored them. Everyone looked at him in disdain. I've already said it. There's no reason for you guys to be rewarded too. If that's the case, then I'm probably the same. Brother Yu went up and gave it a try. As expected, he gave the same answer. I don't even need to test it. The Han family young master didn't go forward at all. Although he had provided a lot of help in the quest, no matter how great his contribution was, the stupid computer would never calculate it. This was a contribution that only the players knew. His gaze landed on the last two people. Slender Waist Dance had made a special trip to unlock the door, entered the control room of the water vapor absorber, and stabbed Giordano. She was a substantial participant in the mission and deserved permission. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Slim Waist Dance stepped forward. However, the result made everyone's jaws drop. Looking at Gulu, who was dancing with a slender waist, an extremely contemptuous expression appeared on his face. He said disdainfully, "Thief. You've completely abandoned your ideals and become a gold digger. You've already stepped into the abyss of depravity. The Assassin's League will never allow someone like you to sully it." What? Slender Waist Dance was completely stunned. She was both confused and wronged. I think he's talking about your profession. The Assassin's League doesn't accept thieves. Brother, you said. Everyone was a bit surprised. Thieves and assassins were originally from the same master, and they only branched out after advancing to level 40. Who would have thought that an organization named after assassins would reject the thief profession so decisively? Moreover, from his tone, it sounded like he hated thieves. I can't be a mage either, right? Gu Fei walked up at this time. The others were imagining what kind of vicious words Gu Lu would use to slander the mage profession. The result was once again unexpected. Gu Lu looked at Gu Fei and said sincerely, "Stick to your own beliefs and ideals. You're a fickle guy. No one will welcome you." Everyone's jaws dropped. Unscathed in battle said absent-mindedly, "Damn, this Gu Lu has a lot of words. What does he mean this time? I don't understand." "Qianli, let him say it again," Yutian Shinming said. Gu Fei tried to join in again, but the silly NPC naturally repeated his lines without missing a single word. This sounds like the lines of refusing to change factions. "Brother, you said. Qianli, you've already joined a faction." When? Everyone asked in surprise. How could that happen? How come I didn't know? Gu Fei was at a loss. "Wait." Sword Demon said. He pointed at his tattoo that was still exposed and said, "One of the characteristics of factions seems to be that they will number the players who join first." Everyone's eyes pointed at Gu Fei again. Could it be, Gu Fei had already taken out his wanted license? This is also a faction. Looks like it. Everyone nodded. What kind of faction is this? Gu Fei was sad. Look at the Sword Demon's faction. It had a famous name, a firm business philosophy, and an outstanding NPC employee. One look and you could tell that it had the potential to become a successful company. As for his own faction, he didn't even know if it had a name. The others were also snickering. Cough, this one, looks like it's a civil servant. It's a government job. It's an iron rice bowl. Unscathed in battle said. Constable. Police. City management. Yutian Shinming imagined. It's okay. At least you're number 1. Brother, you said. No wonder this thing can't be traded. It's the same as the sword demon's tattoo. Slender Waist Dance said. Then what if I throw it away? Gu Fei suddenly had an idea. If it really is the proof of joining the faction, then even if you lose it, you can probably get a replacement, brother, you said. But with how despicable the system is, it will definitely charge a high fee to get a replacement. Also, it will definitely deduct some of the faction's benefits, Han family young master added. Benefits? I've never done that. Gu Fei said. Everyone patted him and remained silent. Come, let's continue to understand the Sword Demon's Assassin Alliance. Everyone shifted their attention. Gu Fei's faction, which they didn't even know the name of, was too lacking in temperament. Based on the experience of these old foxes, it would definitely be a weak faction. Seeing that everyone had finished trying, the Sword Demon continued to communicate with Gru. As a member of the Assassin Alliance, you need to continuously improve your skills. Come, choose what you need, practice, and master it. Gru said. Wow! Everyone exclaimed. There's a reward so soon. While shouting, they inadvertently sized up Gu Fei and the wanted license in Gu Fei's hand. The Sword Demon's face was also brimming with joy. What did you learn? Everyone asked. Dual Mastery. Sword Demon said excitedly. His luck was really shining these few days. First, he learned the overpowered super skill, Misty Ambush, and now he learned the dual mastery that he had been dreaming of. A cold light flashed, and the Sword Demon finally wielded the small green equipment set with both hands. Double dagger long kill short sai. Wow, Boss Sword Demon, you're so cool. Yutian Shinming screamed at the top of his lungs. Slender Waist Dance, who also used daggers, also had an envious look in her eyes. Invincible, this time you're completely invincible, unscathed in battle, patted the Sword Demon. They were all very clear about the attributes of Double Sai. However, a trace of regret remained in the Sword Demon's eyes. The additional skill still hasn't been activated. Don't be too greedy. Unscathed in battle said. No, I'm just thinking, how can this skill be activated? Doesn't Qianli's sword also have a skill that hasn't been activated yet? Sword Demon said. Gu Fei nodded. If it's not a problem of level, then it should be a problem of my sword coefficient not reaching the required level. Adding points like this, your magic coefficient shouldn't be enough. Someone questioned. His clothes have the attribute of magic mastery +1, someone reminded. Is Sword Demon's dagger coefficient not enough? If it's dual mastery, it's still divided into primary and secondary hands. The secondary hand's coefficient is slightly lower than the primary hand, especially since Sword Demon's skill is new. Let's increase the skill level. Unscathed in battle suggested as someone who had experienced dual mastery. Looks like that's the case. Everyone actually felt that Sword Demon's left hand's double sai seemed to be a bit dimmer than his right hand's double sai. Quick, continue. What other benefits does the Assassin League have? Everyone asked. Nothing, just this skill, choose 1 out of 3, Sword Demon said. Choose 1 out of 3. What are the other 2 you didn't choose? Everyone asked. One passive skill is dual mastery, the other is an attack skill, Slit Throat, which can be used on targets below 15% HP. If the target's life is accurately hit, it'll be a sure kill. The other is a movement skill, Shadow Feet. Shadow Feet? Before Sword Demon finished speaking, Gu Fei already cried out in surprise. You know about it? Everyone was shocked. Because Gu Fei's gaming knowledge should be lacking. There was no reason for him to know a skill that they had never heard of, unless, this guy had seen it in PK. You fought with someone who knows this skill before? Han family young master asked. Gu Fei nodded. This person should be number 1, right? Everyone guessed. Logically speaking, this was a level 60 faction quest, so the faction rewards would naturally be level 60 as well. This kind of level skipping reward wasn't something that could be found everywhere. The chances of obtaining the same skill from the same source was very high. Who is this person? Everyone was waiting for Gu Fei to reveal this name. Apple vinegar, Gu Fei said. Apple vinegar? It's from Xiaoyu City. So it was you who caused the top 10 thieves to lose a level 2 days ago. Brother Yu exclaimed. Huh, you didn't know. Gu Fei felt like he had told the story of the 9 people group before. You only told me. Sword Demon confirmed, Apple Vinegar was that number 4, right? That's him. And not only does his skill have shadow feet, his dagger also has this skill, so he can use it twice in a row. It's pretty hard to defend against, Gu Fei said. Hard to defend against? I still died in your hands, you top 10 assassin. When the level rankings updated, I should have guessed it was you. Brother Yu said. That guy was actually number 1 in the Assassin's Alliance. That PK maniac. Gu Fei recalled Apple Vinegar's perverted face. Chapter 497. That's not right. Gu Fei suddenly shouted when he recalled the incident with the apple vinegar. What is it? The others looked at him. Back in Xia Fog City, I heard from Strange Eye that this apple vinegar has a wanted license, so he can enter and leave the government office freely. Now, he's the number 1 in the Assassin's League. How did he join 2 factions? Gu Fei was confused. Strange Eye is just saying. Is she sure that it's true? Han family young master said. I'll ask her. Yutian Shinming would not let go of any chance to interact with the girl. I'll do it. Unscathed in battle snatched the opportunity. Thus, the two began to argue. It was enough for one person to interact with the girl, but now, the other had joined in. No one liked this kind of competition. While the two were arguing, Gu Fei had already finished asking his questions. Strange Eye said, fuck. When Gu Fei uttered those 3 words, Yutian Shinming and Unscathed in Battle already knew that the two were arguing. They both gave Gu Fei the middle finger. Gu Fei ignored him and continued, she only heard the rumor by chance. As for how it started to spread, I'm not sure. That doesn't make sense. Brother Yu said, Qianli is already the number 1 on the wanted license, which means that no one before him has this thing. This thing has never been revealed by the officials. If Qianli didn't say it, no one should know about its existence, so how did the rumors start? One more thing, I'm already the number 1. If the rumors are true, then Apple Vinegar's number will be before mine, even before the number 1. He's the number 0, right? Gu Fei said. That shouldn't be the case. The order of the numbers in a game is usually the same. Nothing in the parallel world starts from 0, so theoretically, this number shouldn't start from 0, Brother Yu said. Brother Yu, you have so many theories. Everyone looked askance at him. This. Because I'm not sure if there will be any abnormalities in this game. Brother Yu said dejectedly. Everyone could understand Brother Yu's frustration because in the quest they had just gone through, Brother Yu had made deductions from the game's common sense, while Gu Fei had filled in the blanks with his own imagination. In the end, Gu Fei's deductions were all correct, while Brother Yu's deductions were all wrong. Gu Fei patted his Brother Yu to comfort him. Just as he was about to continue the topic, the Han family young master spoke first, stop guessing. Other than satisfying your childish curiosity, what's the point of guessing who it is? Then what is meaningful? Gu Fei said. Mission. Sword Demon looked at Jelu as if he was talking to himself. Then he turned his head and said to everyone, there's a mission here. What mission? Everyone asked. It's a daily mission. Sword Demon said. Gu Fei immediately recalled the daily mission he had received from Giordano in the main city. It seemed like it was the same concept as Sword Demon's, which was unique to the camp. After he told them about his experience, everyone was stunned. So, Giordano is an NPC in the same camp as you. Brother Yu said. But you killed him. Yutian Shinming said. The experts looked at each other in dismay. Why? Gu Fei asked. I don't know in this game, but generally speaking, players in their own camp will have a reputation, honor, or prestige. In short, it's something like this. If you kill a player or NPC in the same camp, you'll have this thing deducted. In some games, once you reach a certain number, you'll be kicked out of the camp. Brother Yu explained. Actually, I still don't understand what's the difference between joining or not joining a camp. Gu Fei asked. The most obvious example, Brother Yu pointed at Sword Demon and said, he got a skill and has a daily mission that others don't have. Why didn't I get a skill? Gu Fei was puzzled. So. A group of people turned around and sighed. A trash camp. Not necessarily. Brother Yu said, maybe it's just that Qianli hasn't found the right NPC to give out the reward. All camps should be equal, so there shouldn't be too much difference in the reward content and difficulty of the mission. By the way, how did you get that wanted license? How could these veterans not know what Brother Yu said? It was just that they were a little unhappy to see Gu Fei, a rookie, walk in front of them again, so they habitually mocked his camp to deal a blow. In fact, it was good to be able to join a camp at this time, even if it was Gu Fei's trash camp, as they called it. Although they liked the Assassin League more, they felt that Sword Demon's method of joining could not be replicated. In comparison, Gu Fei clearly had a clearer plan. There are 300 wanted players, Gu Fei replied. Compared to joining the Assassin League, yours doesn't seem difficult at all. Yutian Shinming laughed. Because he had played the wind-chasing boots, he already had a certain level of success. It's not difficult, but it's more time-consuming. Brother Yu had already estimated how much time it would take to complete 300 wanted missions. This was not calculated in hours, but in days. Moreover, this mission had combat risks, and Brother Yu did not have the confidence of those masters in PK. Besides, this mission was not an efficient way to level up, and his level ranking would definitely drop. In general, it was not a mission that could be completed happily while drinking tea and listening to music. Sword Demon, you're really straightforward. After listening to Brother Yu's analysis, Yutian Shinming changed his words. The sword ghost had a simple and honest smile on his face, as if he had no desire for anything. 300 times. Everyone was muttering this number. Only Han family young master rolled his eyes. As a cleric, if he wanted to complete this kind of mission, he would definitely need a strong person, and not a short-term worker, but a long-term worker. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be such a big difference in the way of joining a faction. Brother Yu said. Sword Demon's mission is high difficulty, Of course, because we're now at level 40, that's why the difficulty is super high. But Qianli's mission is definitely time-consuming, no matter what level you're at. These two methods are too different, right? Theoretically, it's impossible. I know you're going to say that, Han family young master said. Brother Yu nodded. So, there are actually different ways to join a faction. Sword Demon's method, we can call it the mission method. After completing a mission, you'll receive a reward for joining. Qianli's method is considered the accumulation method. After accumulating to a certain extent, you'll also get a chance to join. Qianli, when you received your license, did the system let you confirm it? Han family young master asked. Yes. It was just a few days ago, and Gu Fei still hadn't forgotten it. When he went to submit that wanted mission, the NPC did ask him about it. But as for how exactly it asked, Gu Fei really couldn't remember, because he never cared too much about these rules and regulations in the game. Now that he thought about it, perhaps the name of this faction was really mentioned at that time, but Gu Fei really didn't take it seriously. See, this is the truth, Han family young master said. So, to join the Assassin League, there should also be this kind of accumulation method? Unscathed in battle's interest was piqued. For a warrior with slow movements, a wanted mission like killing was really not suitable. Apple vinegar. Gu Fei suddenly mentioned this name. What's wrong? When I received his daily wanted mission, Giordano gave me some information about him. It showed that apple vinegar's PK value is 1642, Gu Fei said. You mean, this is also a kind of accumulation? Brother Yu said, through this accumulation, apple vinegar met the requirements to join the Assassin League, so he is indeed the Assassin League's number one. This deduction is not bad, Han family young master commented. The possibility is very high, the others agreed. I just don't know the exact number, Brother Yu said. He really wanted to interview apple vinegar directly to get to the bottom of this, or else. Brother Yu felt that he wouldn't be able to sleep well for the next few days. This should be higher than Qianli's 300 bounty, Han family young master said. The time it takes is on a completely different level. Yeah, it doesn't matter if it's a bit more. This should be faster than Qianli's 300 bounty, right? Yutian Shinming and Unscathed in battle both imagined how many PK they could do in an hour if they cleared out a level 10 newbie training area. I don't think it's possible to do malicious PK, Han family young master saw through their despicable thoughts. I think there will be a certain level requirement for the PK target, for example, it can't be lower than you by 2 levels. Moreover, this thing has to be washed once it's used. So, it's possible that the first one to complete the 300 bounty will be the first one, the sword ghost said. So that's why apple vinegar joined the 2 camps, the other 2 said. Didn't we already analyze that there shouldn't be a 0? But I thought of another possibility. Apple vinegar encountered the 300 bounty chance to get the bounty license, but different from Qianli, he didn't accept it. This can at least explain Brother Yu's previous doubt. Qianli is number 1, but someone else knew about the existence of the bounty license before him, Han family young master said. That's a great analysis. Brother Yu was excited. His personality was that if he didn't understand what he wanted to know, he would be in so much pain that he wanted to die. That's right, he was the one with the strongest, childish curiosity, that Han family young master mentioned. At this moment, Han family young master's analysis was very reasonable in explaining one of his doubts. Brother Yu's degree of comfort was no less than when Sword Demon got dual mastery. In that case, it's really apple vinegar. Sword Demon said. Logically, after joining the camp, you can use the camp channel in the chat channel. Do you too have it? Han family young master said. There was no camp in the channel's options, otherwise everyone would have known that this game also had a camp. No. Gu Fei and Sword Demon said after looking at it. It shouldn't be. The veterans were puzzled. Maybe it'll only be activated at level 60. Brother Yu guessed. It seems so. Everyone couldn't think of any other explanation. Butterfly Knot, I haven't written it in a long time, it's a bit rusty. This chapter also explains some of the doubts in the book review. Chapter 498. In the process of killing people to clear his PK points, apple vinegar was the first to accumulate 300 people on the wanted list. Hence, he realized the wanted camp notification. However, he obviously felt that the camp was boring, so he rejected it. Hence, in the process of killing people, the accumulation of PK points finally allowed him to achieve another breakthrough, meeting the requirements to join the Assassin's League. This was to his liking, so he chose to join the Assassin's League and became the current number 1. What do you think? Is that what you mean? Brother Yu sorted out the deductions regarding apple vinegar and recorded them down. That's right. Han family young master nodded. Wait. That's not right. Gu Fei suddenly spoke again. What is it now? Brother Yu's face was pale. This completely logical deduction made him feel good. At this moment, Brother Yu really didn't want to hear another hard-to-answer question. To him, this was basically torture. When there was too much torture, it was inevitable that people would want to escape. It's like this. Gu Fei said, there are 300 people on the wanted list, which means the mission has been completed at least 300 times. Before that, he would have already received the Windchaser coat of arms as a reward, and it would be at least a level 2 coat of arms. Does this conflict with our hypothesis? Brother Yu asked. Apple vinegar, I don't think he has a level 2 coat of arms. Gu Fei said. Of course, he had his reasons for saying this, because he had once used the level 2 Wind Chaser coat of arms to identify Apple Vinegar's cross-leveled dagger. Apple Vinegar's reaction at that time was the basis for Gu Fei's deduction. If Apple Vinegar had the same function as the Wind Chaser coat of arms, Gu Fei believed that the guy's first deduction would be that his opponent also had a coat of arms, and not be in disbelief. This deduction doesn't make sense. Han family young master said, it's just a reaction at the time, there are too many explanations. He could be surprised that you also have a level 2 coat of arms, the coat of arms has its limitations, and you happen to receive a bounty on him, that's enough of a surprise. Or maybe he likes to act, and wasn't surprised, but pretended to be surprised. Look, there are so many explanations, how can you conclude that he was surprised because he didn't know it had such a function? It wasn't that Gu Fei didn't think of all these possibilities, but for some reason, he believed that Apple Vinegar didn't have a coat of arms. Gu Fei could only shamelessly reply, instinct. Instinct? There's such a thing in this world. Han family's young master turned to ask the others. Ahem. How long are we going to talk about this for? Zhan Wushang changed the topic abruptly. It was obvious that he was getting annoyed. Gu Fei shook his head, refusing to comment. It was obvious that he would continue to keep this matter in his heart. Han family young master didn't say anything else, opened a bottle of wine, and left. Brother Yu looked depressed. Hey, why don't you guys come to a conclusion? Brother Yu felt that both of them made sense. Han family young master was as meticulous as ever, and Gu Fei was the only one who had real contact with apple vinegar, after all. Based on his direct impression of a person, he would have some instincts, so it wasn't impossible. Therefore, the two of them insisted on their own opinions, and Brother Yu was caught in the middle, struggling in pain. Seeing that no one was saying anything else, Sword Demon stood up, seems like there's nothing else. Then, I'm going to do the mission. How could Sword Demon not be anxious when he had never experienced a daily faction mission before? Compared to Brother Yu, he didn't care about the result of the discussion, he just wanted it to end quickly. Oh yeah, Sword Demon, you said you have a mission, what kind of daily mission is it? Unscathed in battle and Yutian Shinming came over to ask. It's PK, Sword Demon said, but it's very similar to the mission Qianli described. Gu Fei looked over and saw the sword specter holding a piece of paper that looked like a card. Brother Yu quickly took the piece of paper and raised it before his eyes to read it. Name, Breaking Arrow Location, Shady Forest City Profession, Unknown Level, Unknown Equip, Unknown Experience, Unknown, why is it all unknown? What kind of information is this? Brother Yu flipped the back of the paper, but there was nothing else. The sword ghoul spread his hands helplessly, took back the piece of paper, and shook it at the NPC Gru. Is there no other information? Collecting information requires a lot of manpower. The current manpower of the Alliance, sigh. Gru sighed. Ha, of course it's tight. There are only 2 people. Unscathed in battle laughed. Everyone has the right and obligation to provide information to the Alliance. If you feel that your combat skills aren't enough to take on the heavy responsibility of cleansing evil, then it might be a good choice to start here, Gru said and handed over another piece of paper. As Gru spoke, he handed over another piece of paper. Yaru is in charge of collecting the information you gather and paying you. Sword Demon was stunned. He took back the paper and found that there were coordinates written on it. What does this mean? Sword Demon looked at his companions. It seems to be saying that players can submit information about other players to the faction. As Brother Yu guessed, his face lit up with excitement because this was his strength. He suddenly found that his strength was finally put to use by the system in the game. Let's go take a look at this place. Brother Yu said. Brother Yu, you won't be able to submit anything even if you go, right? This is the right and obligation of the faction players, Yutian Shinming said. Let's go take a look and understand. Brother Yu just wanted to figure things out first. So the group left Gru's cabin, followed the instructions of the coordinates, passed through the forest, and entered Sylvan City. Then they walked according to the coordinates and came to a rare magnificent building in the rural scene of Sylvan City. Library? The few of them looked at each other. The library in the game wasn't just for decoration. When playing the game and suddenly wanted to understand the settings of a certain aspect of the game, going offline to the website was naturally a choice. In addition, everyone could also look up the information they needed in the libraries of the main cities. Of course, it was all in the form of books. As for the communication between players like on the forum, there was naturally no such thing here. The few of them were either veterans who knew all the rules they should know as early as the early days of the game, or newbies like Gu Fei who didn't pay attention to the rules of the game. A place like a library was a territory they had never set foot in before. The Assassin's League is also very ostentatious. They don't just hide in the forest. Yutian Xinming said. Sword Demon looked proud and was the first to step into the library. Oh, so there are quite a lot of people in this place. The few of them passed through the library corridor and found that there were quite a number of players who came here to look for information. After asking the NPC, they found out that Yaru wasn't hidden at all. He was the librarian of the 5th reference room. When they arrived, they saw an old man with one foot in the grave, wiping books shakily. Hearing the player's call, the old man turned around, his eyes cloudy, but when they swept over Sword Demon, his eyes flashed just now. Did you guys see it? Yutian Xinming shouted. This is a very useful detail. We have to record it. Brother Yu took out a pen and wrote, Forest Shade City Library No. 5 Reference Room Librarian, Old Yaru, Assassin's League Intelligence Collector. When he sees fellow League members, his eyes will flash. Everyone came forward to talk to Yaru. He was only responsible for telling them where to find the books they needed. When Sword Demon walked forward steadily, everyone held their breath and watched attentively. Come on, young man. Let me see what you've brought. As expected, the lines were very different. Brother Yu seemed to have been writing quickly on the paper. He tore it off and stuffed it into Sword Demon's hands. Sword Demon looked down. Brother Yu had filled out a series of his information in the format of the paper in Sword Demon's hands. He gestured for him to hand it over to Yaru. Sword Demon didn't think much and handed it over. Yaru took it. In order to read the paper, he took out a pair of reading glasses from his chest pocket. Oh. Old Yaru nodded. Very good. Keep working hard. With that, he stuffed the paper into his pocket and handed a small bag to Sword Demon. What reward? The others looked at Sword Demon with envy. Experience, money, and faction honor. Sword Demon opened the small bag. Wow! Everyone's eyes were still red. Very little reward. Sword Demon said. Everyone was silent. They knew that Sword Demon was honest. He said very little, not even a number. It was obvious that it was so little that it wasn't worth mentioning. Try again. Brother Yu handed Sword Demon another piece. Sword Demon glanced at it. It was still Brother Yu's own information. However, compared to before, there were some changes. He purposely wrote the level as 30. Sword Demon handed over the paper again. Yaru took it and looked at it again. He sighed and shook his head. He handed the paper back to Sword Demon. Pay attention to the accuracy of the information. Is that so? Brother Yu immediately wrote another one. Try this one. Sword Demon took it and looked at it again. This one was absolutely accurate. In fact, Brother Yu had purposely written some mistakes in the first one. This time, it was all corrected. Oh, is there any new information to update? This time, Yaru gladly accepted the new piece of paper and gave the Sword Ghost a small pouch. The Sword Ghost flipped it open. Less than before. I see. Brother Yu nodded. It seems that the system will check the information provided by the players. The first time can tolerate mistakes. After that, The system will decide whether to accept or reject the information based on whether it is correct or wrong. The reward rules have to be tried more to understand. As Brother Yu spoke, he tore off a fourth piece of paper. Here, try this. Sword Demon took it and looked at it. This is too fake. The fourth piece of paper Brother Yu wrote had the name, Motherfucker. This was a name that couldn't possibly pass the review. It was obviously someone who didn't exist in the game. Other than that, the profession was made up, the level was exaggerated, and the equipment was drawn. It was a piece of information that couldn't be any more fake. The sword ghost handed it over, and Yaru took it. After looking at it seriously, his face became angry. We want information, not a joke. After saying that, he shook the paper in the wind, and the old man elegantly cut the paper into pieces. Everyone was mesmerized by the skill. Sword Ghost's face was covered in tears, and he held Brother Yu's hand tightly. Brother Yu, don't test it on me anymore. My honor has been deducted. Chapter 499. Oh. My honor was deducted? How many points were deducted? Brother Yu took out a pen and a small notebook and looked at Sword Demon seriously. 50 points, Sword Demon replied. Brother Yu quickly wrote it down and then asked, how many points were awarded just now? The first time was 7 points, the second time was none, and the third time was 2 points, Sword Demon said. This doesn't seem to be logical. Brother Yu frowned as he poked his head with a pen and seemed to be thinking of something. Sword Demon, where are you going? Suddenly, Gu Fei shouted and then waved his hand in the air. Pa! Sword Demon, who was in stealth, was slapped out. Brother Yu then noticed that Sword Demon had slipped away from him. Sword Demon cried, I'm leaving. If I continue to be a test subject, I think I'll be kicked out of the camp. Kicked out of the camp? What's the requirement for being kicked out of the camp? How much honor will be deducted? Brother Yu asked. The sword ghoul, who had been through hundreds of battles, had never frowned no matter how difficult the mission or PvP, was now on the verge of tears, almost begging Gu Fei, let me go. Gu Fei quickly retracted his hand and made a surrender gesture to make way for Sword Demon. Sword Demon disappeared like a wisp of smoke. Kicked out of the camp, I'm leaving too. Without waiting for Brother Yu to finish, Gu Fei had already teleported outside the door. There were only 2 players in the camp. Sword Demon ran away and Brother Yu began to point his spear at Gu Fei. Gu Fei was a bit regretful. If he had known this would happen, he would have stopped Sword Demon. Fortunately, Brother Yu didn't have much speed. Gu Fei rushed out of the door and didn't see Brother Yu chasing after him. Sir, what are the requirements for being kicked out of the faction? Can you tell me? Brother Yu started pestering Sir Yaru. This guy's crazy, said Unscathed in battle. Right, let's go. Yu Tian Shinming said. The rest of them came out as well. Brother Yu didn't get any information from Yaru, so he turned around and started searching through the library. Outside the library, the escaped Sword Demon and Gu Fei sat and squatted on the stone steps by the roadside. Gu Fei tilted his head and looked. The Sword Demon was holding the mission paper that Jelu had given him. I wanted to ask Brother Yu if you have any information on this guy. Sword Demon shook the paper and said regretfully. This paper only had the player's name and location, and then he was asked to assassinate him. This kind of mission was like looking for a needle in a haystack. In fact, although the information on apple vinegar that Gu Fei had received was a few pages long, it only had a name and a main city. Fortunately, Gu Fei was lucky enough to stumble upon it. To be honest, finding someone was much harder than killing someone. The more skilled one was, the more they felt this way. Brother, you can't possibly know everything. Gu Fei said. Why don't you look for your friend here? What's his name again? Deepwater. Deepwater, thank you. Yes, Deepwater. Gu Fei nodded. If there's no other way, that's all we can do. Sword Demon sighed. Gu Fei didn't say anything. From his understanding of Sword Demon in the past, he knew that this guy wouldn't ask for help unless he had no other choice. For example, when he farmed wind-chasing boots in the past, he didn't say anything and just farmed them himself. Looking at Yutian Shinming, who farmed shoes at the same time, he borrowed equipment and did whatever was convenient. It wasn't good or bad. Everyone's personality was different. At this time, the idea of looking for deep water was suggested by Gu Fei. Gu Fei felt that this would make it slightly easier for the Sword Demon to accept. What are you two sitting here for? At this time, the other 4 people came out of the library. Seeing the 2 guys squatting by the roadside, the Han family young master asked. I'm going to ask Deep Water about this person. Sword Demon waved the paper. Together? Let's get together. If you want him to help, it's best if you don't let me appear. If you want him to feel better, you can tell him that I'm already dead. Han family young master said. Sword Demon didn't say anything. The relationship between these two was sometimes good and sometimes bad. Sword Demon had seen it many times. What about you guys? Sword Demon looked at the others. I'll go do some quests. I've wasted a lot of time running around. Unscathed in Battle had been in high spirits recently. Due to the death of Azure Blade, he rose to 2nd place on the warrior leaderboard. He was only 1 step away from the first warrior position he was familiar with. Although he had been running around with the mercenary group recently, the time he could use was very tight. During this busy period, he didn't hope to surpass 1st place. He just hoped to not fall behind. Even so, in a game with such a large group of players, the competition was too fierce. Although Unscathed in Battle worked hard, he was in unfamiliar places recently, which greatly affected his leveling efficiency. In the end, his ranking on the leaderboard still slipped. The others like Yutian Shinming and Han family young master were in a similar situation. The 3 of them fell 2 places each. They were ranked 4th, 9th, and 10th on the warrior leaderboard, archer, and priest leaderboard respectively. Out of the top 10 players, only Sword Demon's position didn't change. It could be seen how much experience he had accumulated. The legendary number 1 player in the game was indeed not on the same level as normal people. Slender Waist Dance was even more amazing than Sword Demon. She never talked about leveling, but her position as number 1 in the world was unshakable. At this time, Unscathed in Battle shouted that he wanted to go level, but she said leisurely, I'm bored. Let's go shopping. Shopping? Do you want to accompany me? Yutian Shinming was excited. Will you pay for me? Slender Waist Dance smiled. Wushang, count me in for the quest. Yutian Shinming quickly changed his words. It wasn't that he was stingy and didn't want to spend money to pick up girls. The problem was that the number 1 player in the world with money, if he spent money to pick up girls. Yutian Shinming's brain wasn't flooded with water. The 4 guys left just like that. In the end, only Gu Fei and Sword Demon were left. I'll accompany you for a walk, then I'll go offline. Gu Fei said. In reality, from a leveling point of view, Gu Fei was the one that made these experts grind their teeth. He only played for a few hours a day, but his level was steadily increasing. His equipment made people drool. Comparing oneself to others was really infuriating. After Sword Demon asked where water depth was, he went with Gu Fei. Water depth wasn't in the city, but in the dense forest outside the city. He was probably leveling up. Sword Demon gradually approached Gu Fei according to the coordinates he said. Suddenly, Gu Fei reached out to stop Sword Demon. Wait. What? There's murderous intent. Just like how Gu Fei knew about Sword Demon's personality, Sword Demon also knew about Gu Fei's style. Gu Fei nodded and looked around, estimating the number of people that had appeared in that instant. Before he could count, there was a rustling sound in the surrounding bushes and trees. Countless people had already popped their heads out, bows and crossbows in their hands aimed at the 2 of them. They shouted, "Don't move. Gu Fei and Sword Demon suddenly felt as if they had transmigrated to another scene. The players that appeared in this circle were all wearing camouflage, wearing green hats, and their faces were smeared with paint or mud. Sword Demon fiercely pinched his thighs. Was this still a parallel world? Gu Fei reached out with his sword and was about to teleport to slash people when he suddenly heard someone walk out with a smile. How is it? How's the situation? The two of them were stunned. Sword Demon tried hard to look at this guy whose face was smeared the same color as his clothes and carefully asked, "Water depth?" "Ha, even you can't recognize me. This means that this disguise is very successful." Water Depth continued to smile and walked towards the two of them with his hands behind his back. The surrounding players immediately put away their bows and stood at attention. Gu Fei and Sword Demon looked at each other. "What are you guys doing? Field simulation?" Sword Demon asked. He had heard of an activity that could be said to be a real-person role-playing CS. It was very similar to what Water Depth and the others were wearing. "Ha, it's a long story. Let's talk about it later." After Water Depth finished laughing, his face suddenly turned cold. "Where's that bastard?" Sword Ghost, of course, knew who he was referring to. Only then did he react. If the young master of the Han clan was here, wouldn't he have already been killed? When did these two have such a big grudge? Looking at Water Depth's murderous face, Sword Demon blurted out, "He's dead." "Dead? He's clearly online. How did he die?" Water Depth said. "I hacked him to death." Gu Fei casually added. Water Depth realized that he had died in the game and was very happy. He patted Gu Fei and said, "Good job bro." After saying this, he didn't mention the Han family young master anymore and returned to the previous topic. He waved his hand and pointed at his subordinates. "How's our situation?" "Very good," Sword Demon calmly replied. "Luckily you came out in time," Gu Fei said. "Ha." Water Depth was happy. Sword Demon sighed. Seeing Gu Fei sheath his sword, he knew that Water Depth had misunderstood. Gu Fei's meaning was, "Luckily you came out in time, or else your people would have been hacked to death by me." Water Depth obviously thought that Gu Fei was saying that if it wasn't for Water Depth, he and Sword Demon would have died. "Why did you guys do this?" Sword Demon asked. "It's like this. Recently, there's a new person in our guild. He's been a soldier in real life and worked in the army. He seems to know a lot. He said that the terrain of Shady Forest City is very suitable for jungle warfare. We had nothing to do, so we trained according to his instructions. It's pretty fun. Look, our clothes are all custom-made." Water Depth showed off. "Green hat too." Only Gu Fei and Sword Demon thought to themselves. The two weren't such unkind people. If the Han family young master was here, these words would definitely slip out. "Isn't the city war about to start soon? We should also step up our training. I feel that everyone's PK level in the jungle has improved significantly." Water Depth continued. "City war?" Gu Fei and Sword Demon didn't understand. "Huh, you guys don't know. The guild war for the control of the main city seems to automatically start when the guilds reach a certain size," Water Depth said. Gu Fei and Sword Demon shook their heads. They really didn't know. The 6 members of the child elite group were already outside of the guild. Moreover, they weren't in the main city. Recently, they were busy with the quest from the diary. "Even brother, you didn't know about this news. When did this happen?" Sword Demon asked. "In these 2 days. The system directly released the news to the guild. It hasn't even been released on the official website yet," Water Depth said. Butterfly Knot, New Chapter Handsome. Chapter 500. Then, Water Depth recalled and explained in detail. It turned out that the day before yesterday, when the various guilds were doing some guild quests in the guild building, they all received a letter from the system. The content wasn't much at all. It only said that the battle for the main city would be held in the next few days. It was an advance notice, and the guilds were encouraged to make the best use of their time and prepare for it. This was the so-called "a stone that causes 1,000 ripples" situation. Although it was only 2 short sentences, it came from the system's announcement. After confirming that today wasn't April 1st, no one would question the authenticity of this news. How long would the unexpected be? A week? 2 weeks? Or a month? While the players were guessing, they made the best use of their time to prepare according to the letter. Leveling, getting equipment, grinding skills. At this time, everyone felt that there was still a lot to do. Developing in the game could be said to be a chinli in a day. For example, the players of Child Elite Group had only been running around for 3 to 5 days, and their level ranking had plummeted. Water Depth's jungle combat training had already begun a few days ago. When he received the news that this activity was about to begin, he felt that his luck was really on his side. After the final defeat in the quest against Reigning the Four Seas, Water Depth discovered many of his guild's shortcomings. Needless to say, the gap between them and an abnormally strong person like Gu Fei was something that could only be encountered by chance. As a guild, Water Depth still felt that it was most important for everyone's ability to be maximized. In that quest, the thing that left the deepest impression on him was Reigning the Four Seas' well-coordinated archery formation. Water Depth's guild had the most lurkers who could double up as archers. Originally, he wanted to try and train everyone's archery coordination. He believed that when combined with their trap formation, it would be extremely powerful. But even so, in reality, Water Depth felt that the dense forest terrain of Shady Forest City was really uncomfortable, and always hindered the archers' performance. It wasn't without reason that most of the archers in Shady Forest City had turned into lurkers. Just when he felt that he couldn't go on any longer, this expert entered the guild. The expert was indeed an expert. After a little participation, he began to explain some of the key points of jungle combat to Water Depth from theory. First of all, he had to understand the undeniable effects of objective factors in jungle warfare. For example, the cover of the tree trunk was not conducive to large-scale maneuvers, which would weaken the range of long-range attacks. The tree trunk occupied a certain position, which would seriously affect the formation and overall coordination. Another example was that large-scale weapons would not be able to enter the forest at all. Of course, this problem was too real, but it could be ignored in the parallel world. This was the situation of waking up the dreamer with a single word. He could faintly sense the depth of the water. It was always hovering in his mind, but it was knowledge that could not be expressed in words. As a professional, he had an accurate summary. This analysis made Shui trust this person even more, and she asked for his advice. The expert also gave his opinion based on the actual situation in the game. First of all, the drawbacks of the jungle existed for both sides, be it in reality or in the game. Therefore, how to reduce the impact of the drawbacks on oneself and make full use of the characteristics of the jungle became the key to victory. If Brother Yu was here, you would have written down a thick book about the theories explained by the experts. This was no longer as simple as providing some gaming experience and skills, it was basically a mature scientific system. With so many things, it was impossible for the players to absorb everything in a short period of time. Moreover, there were many differences between the game and reality. In the end, Shui went through another round of selection, and felt that the only thing that could be done quickly was clothing. However, this alone allowed them to quickly feel the sweetness of the experiment after putting it into use. A self-made outer suit did not affect the attributes of the original equipment. With clothes that were similar to the color of the environment, it was indeed easier to hide in the jungle. Another reason was that it was impossible to determine the class of the opponent at first glance based on the attire, so they had to use identification. This was the difference between the game and reality. The players in the game had completely different classes, and each class had different ways of PK. If they couldn't figure out the class, they would just fight. It was either a beginner noob or a heaven-defying expert like Gu Fei. In short, they were all unconventional. After that, Shui listened to the expert's advice and no longer attempted to carry out large-scale coordinated operations in the jungle. Due to the lack of visibility in the jungle, even the best commander would not be able to effectively observe the changes in the battle situation. This way, they would not be able to seize the opportunity to carry out the best command. Didn't they see the Han family young master repeatedly making a big deal out of being at the highest point in the competition? Therefore, in the jungle, everyone had to rely on their individual combat ability. In group activities, a group didn't need too many people, because it was useless even if they had too many people. This was because a group that lacked a unified command basically couldn't be considered a group. Shui agreed with this, and then divided the guild of 15 to 20 people into dozens of small teams that specialized in jungle operations. The division process also caused some trouble, because friends who had a good relationship with each other naturally liked to split up and move together, and Shui couldn't possibly go against their wishes. In the end, many of the small teams weren't the ideal combination in Shui's mind, but that was the only way. After all, it was just a game, not a real army. It was impossible for an individual to completely obey the organization. After that, Shui started to lead his troops in the jungle, leveling up while carrying out practical training. Positioning. This was something that the experts repeatedly emphasized when it came to long-range professions' performance in jungle operations. If you had a good positioning, the tree trunk would be your helper. If you had a rubbish positioning, the tree trunk would be a hindrance. This became a famous saying in Shui's guild recently, and having a good positioning became everyone's ultimate goal. This was something that couldn't be taught, and could only be experienced in real combat, how to position oneself the most comfortable, and how to make the enemy the most uncomfortable. Shui talked non-stop like this along the way. Everywhere they passed, Shui's subordinates would stand up and look at them. After many days of training, he didn't know how much other things had improved, but his personal discipline had improved, and he had the demeanor of a soldier. But according to T-Bai, Gu Fei and Sword Demon weren't very interested in what he was talking about. As for Gu Fei, his individual combat ability was already at the peak, and he could even take on a whole team by himself. As for Sword Demon, he came with a goal, not to mention that he wasn't the guild leader anymore, so he didn't have much time to study how to coordinate and command a team. Gu Fei saw that Shui was so excited that he forgot to ask why the two of them were looking for him. In this kind of situation, with Sword Demon's personality, he really couldn't open his mouth, so he had no choice but to give them a push. What? Shui spoke along the way, and the two only listened and didn't speak. They were feeling a little lonely, and when they saw that Gu Fei seemed to have a problem, they were happy and immediately turned around. Looks like you're quite busy, so we won't disturb your parade. We'll be leaving first. Gu Fei was hinting to advance by retreating. If it was a normal person, of course they would have reacted and immediately asked, right, why are you guys here? However, Shui was a passionate person, and when he was happy, he wasn't a normal person. He said, I haven't introduced Old Duan to you guys yet. Old Duan was the expert who taught them how to fight in the jungle. Shui kept mentioning this person's name along the way, and both Gu Fei and Sword Demon were numb. Next time. Gu Fei laughed dryly. He really dug a hole to bury himself. This comrade Shui had completely short-circuited today. Does he even know how to be a human? We're about to leave, do you dare to ask why we're here? Don't, since we're already here, let's see and listen and gain knowledge. Knowledge is power. Shui continued to short-circuit. Gu Fei looked at Sword Demon helplessly, and Sword Demon's expression was also quite helpless. He casually asked, what's this comrade Old Duan's name? ID is Water-Breaking Arrow, what? Before Shui could finish, the two of them already cried out in shock. Water-Breaking Arrow. What's wrong? Shui touched his head in confusion. Gu Fei and Sword Demon stared at each other intensely. What the hell, there's actually such a coincidence, what's wrong with you two? Shui asked. Nothing. As Gu Fei said that, he could already see the dejected expression on Sword Demon's face. He was sure that Sword Demon would definitely give up on this mission, otherwise he wouldn't be Sword Demon, but Han family young master. Come, let's go. Old Duan isn't far ahead. Shui was still enthusiastically trying to introduce his family's talent to the two of them, looking like a child eagerly showing off his newly acquired limited edition toy to his friends. Since we're already here, let's see what kind of person he is. Gu Fei sent a private message to Sword Demon. Okay. Sword Demon said. Do you still plan on continuing this mission? If you do, there'll be a chance later. I'll take him down with my sword, you take him down with your blade, and then run. Gu Fei had a very bad heart. Forget it. Sword Demon didn't have any hesitation. Besides, it was just a daily mission. If he gave up on today's mission, he could just take another one tomorrow. After following Shui for a few more steps in the forest, this guy was already shouting at the top of his lungs, Old Duan, Old Duan. Where are you? Let me introduce you to two fierce people. A person drilled out of the bushes and looked over. Gu Fei and Sword Demon also looked over at the same time. He wasn't tall, but he stood there as steady as a stone Buddha. He had a buzz cut and a square face, but the makeup on his face was too fancy to make out his appearance. Although he was wearing equipment and camouflage on the outside, Gu Fei could still see the strong muscles on his body at a glance. His body is very strong. This guy isn't an ordinary person. After listening to Shui's description along the way, Gu Fei guessed that this person might be a military enthusiast, and of course he could talk about these theories. At this time, looking at him, it was obvious that he had a body that had undergone intensive training, which was not something that ordinary people would have. Is he really a veteran or something? Gu Fei wondered. Butterfly Knot, 500 chapters. New volume, new chapter, new character. Chapter 501. Come. Water Depth enthusiastically waved at Old Duan, then greeted Gu Fei and Sword Demon. His attentive attitude was comparable to that of a professional matchmaker. This is Comrade Old Duan that I've been telling you guys about. Water Depth first introduced Broken Arrow to Gu Fei and Sword Demon. Hello. Broken Arrow first shook hands with Sword Demon, then extended his hand to Gu Fei. Hello. Gu Fei stretched out his hand to shake hands with him, his eyes quickly swept over the other's hand. When he raised his eyes, the water-breaking arrow's gaze also moved away from his hand. Gu Fei smiled slightly and let go of his hand. These two. Water Depth's voice suddenly rose an octave, startling the three present. This is Sword Demon. Old Duan, if you've had any contact with him in-game, there's no way you haven't heard of his name. This is the publicly recognized #1 expert in the game, and also my good brother for many years. Water Depth introduced Sword Demon. Sword Demon hurriedly acted humble. Whatever, it was all in the past. This one. Qianli was drunk. How is it, Old Duan, you already know who he is, right? Water Depth said. Oh. I know. I've heard a lot about you. Old Duan said. Clearly, in this parallel world game, Gu Fei's reputation was much greater than Sword Demon's, and as time passed, his name became less and less of a secret. Seeing Water Depth's excited expression, Gu Fei now knew that introducing Old Duan to the two of them was a child's way of showing off. On the other hand, introducing the two of them to Old Duan was also a way of showing off, this guy. At this time, Water Depth had had his fill and finally returned to a normal person's mentality. He looked at the two of them and said, "Oh right, why did you guys come looking for me?" "It's nothing. I just passed by Shady Forest City and came to see you. I wanted to say that if you're not busy, we can get together." But looking at you, you seem to be quite busy. The sword demon said. That's right. We still don't know what this city war is about, so we need to hurry up and study it. Once we become the lords of this city, you can come back and let me properly play the role of a host. Deepwater put his hand on the sword demon's shoulder and said with a smile. All right, we'll be leaving first. Sword demon bid farewell to Deepwater. Take care, I won't send you off. Deepwater waved goodbye to the two and immediately dove into the bushes, continuing to study jungle warfare with his soldiers. That water-breaking arrow isn't an ordinary person, Gu Fei said to the sword demon as he watched them walk away. What? His body is very strong, his knuckles are thick, and his skin is rough. Gu Fei said. What does it mean? Sword demon said. He's trained, and he's trained to an extraordinary level. Gu Fei said. No, the few characteristics you mentioned, I think some people who engage in heavy physical labor will have them. For example, migrant workers. The sword demon said. The main point is his handshake. Gu Fei said, his strength is neither too big nor too small, it's just right. This shows that he has considerable control over his strength. This is definitely a quality that can only be developed through specialized training. Really? How come I didn't notice? The sword demon looked at his right hand. It was also the one that shook water-breaking Arrow's hand. He didn't feel that water-breaking Arrow's handshake was any different from an ordinary person's. Of course, this is also something that needs to be felt by people who have been specially trained. Gu Fei said. If that's the case, then this person must be very strong in PK. The sword demon had a tragic expression on his face. He thought of the 100 realms of wisdom and Gu Xian. These guys who had been trained were on a completely different level from ordinary players. That's not necessarily true. Gu Fei said, I see that his waist, abdomen, thighs, and neck are all obviously thicker, indicating that this guy is a strength type. If he chose to be a warrior, it may be more difficult to deal with, but he is now an archer. His advantage is agility, which doesn't match with his usual style. After such a long time in the game, Gu Fei no longer just blindly focused on Kung Fu. In this environment, he also needed to be proficient in the necessary rules of the game. How to combine Kung Fu with the game's profession, attributes, and skills was the main topic that Gu Fei was currently researching. You can actually use identify on people. The sword demon was very surprised. No. I didn't use it. Gu Fei said. Then how do you know he's an archer? The sword demon said. You heard his name, Water-Breaking Arrow. He's destined to be an archer. Gu Fei said. How could there be such a thing? The sword demon wiped his sweat. But he is indeed an archer, isn't he? Gu Fei smiled. That's right, he's a godly archer, but the way you judge, I'm joking. I saw the bow on his back. Gu Fei said. The sword demon was speechless. Are you really going to give up this mission? Gu Fei asked for one last confirmation. Give it up. The sword demon sighed, he's a friend with deep waters, and it's a personal mission. Have you ever thought about why the Assassin League designated him as your assassination target? Gu Fei said. What do you mean? The sword demon asked. Isn't there a saying? People do it, and the heavens are watching. Of course, in reality, there's no such thing as the heavens, but in the game, the system is the heavens. No matter what you do, you can hide it from anyone, but you can't hide it from the system. Gu Fei said. You mean, this guy is like that apple cider vinegar, a PK maniac who kills people like scything flax? The sword demon said. Of course, I don't know the specifics, but I think that the system can't just randomly point at a random passerby for you to kill. For PK, it's fine if the system turns a blind eye, but it shouldn't encourage it behind the scenes. Especially when the PK penalty in this game is so heavy. Gu Fei said. You're getting more and more familiar with the game's settings and rules. The sword demon was gratified. Sometimes, Gu Fei's rookie behavior really made experts like them want to vomit blood. No, I've just seen the pain of players after being PK. Gu Fei said. The sword demon was silent for a long time before saying, what you said makes sense. For example, a two-way mission. This kind of PK confrontation created by the system behind the scenes weakens the PK penalty. From this, you can see the system's attitude. They have a very clear understanding of PK. Also, once you die, you'll lose a level. This kind of punishment is indeed quite heavy. But this can't be helped. The parallel world isn't like the previous games, where new servers can be added every month or even every week. Newcomers can go to the new server and stand on the same starting line as other newcomers. In the parallel world, everyone is in the same world and server. New players will always be behind old players by a period of time. This kind of heavy death penalty, I think it's a kind of suppression for old players, so that we won't be too far behind new players. The difficulty of leveling up should also be set for this purpose. And I dare say that this game will definitely have a level cap. It's impossible to level up endlessly. The sword demon was worthy of being an online game veteran for many years. Not only did he not talk about the game's content, but he also talked about the game's operation methods. There's a level cap. Then isn't the current level experience leaderboard meaningless? Gu Fei said. That? The sword demon laughed. That's just the current stage of development, created to stimulate players to go online and spend more. When everyone's level reaches the cap and loses its meaning, there will naturally be other leaderboards to stimulate everyone's competition. Don't worry. The sword demon said. Gu Fei sighed. Look at the sword demon. He clearly saw through the online game's operation methods and tricks to seduce players, but he still couldn't extricate himself from it. Was this the legendary love and death? Well, we've gone off topic. Let's talk about the present. What are you planning to do with this water-breaking arrow mission? Gu Fei said. Ah. The sword demon thought about it and looked at Gu Fei. Honestly, did you find out that this is a strong person, so you want to fight him, so you're encouraging me? Nonsense. How could I be that kind of person? Gu Fei said righteously. The sword demon continued to look at Gu Fei and finally spat out two words. It's hard to say, what are you saying? If you really can't handle it, of course I'll help you. Gu Fei said. Let's first investigate this guy's background. If there's really something wrong, then we'll make a move. The sword demon finally decided. Go find Brother Yu. Gu Fei shuddered. This was a new mission that he hadn't experienced before. Go find Brother Yu. This guy would follow and report the whole process. Bringing Brother Yu to fight wasn't a problem, but bringing this guy to do missions was a kind of torture because he had too many questions and wanted to know too much. A mission would be broken down by him and studied to death. In a game that relied on missions to level up wouldn't be slow. The person who knew the most information in the game had a lot of time online every day, but his level ranking was never outstanding. There was a reason for this. It's just a random player. It might be too difficult for Brother Yu to investigate. The sword demon said. That's true. If it's something like the top 10, it might be easier. Gu Fei said. Unfortunately, he's not. The sword demon said. Of course he's not. Gu Fei also nodded. If Breaking Water Arrow was one of the top 10 archers, then as one of the top 10, Yutian Shinming, it was impossible that he didn't know. He would definitely point it out and strongly urge the sword demon to work hard to complete the mission and kill him to weaken his competitors. Then where do we start? Gu Fei looked at this experienced online game veteran. Of course we ask the people around us. The sword demon said. Go find Ku and ask. Who is that? Gu Fei was puzzled. The wife of Deep Water. Did you forget? The sword demon said. Have I seen her? Gu Fei asked. The sword demon thought about it. He didn't remember if he had introduced this girl to Gu Fei. What's the difference between asking her and asking Deep Water directly? Gu Fei asked. The difference is that they're not the same person. The sword demon replied. Won't she tell Deep Water again? Gu Fei said. That depends on what it is. This shouldn't be the case. The sword demon said. Chapter 502. You're very confident. Gu Fei said this on behalf of the sword demon. In fact, from the tone and attitude of the sword demon that he saw, it was not only confidence, but also conviction. This made Gu Fei feel that the relationship between the sword demon and this girl named Ku should not be just that of a friend's girlfriend. They already knew each other very well. Sure enough, the sword demon nodded and said, Of course, we've been old friends for many years. Then what are you waiting for? Let's go. Gu Fei urged. Aren't you going offline? The sword demon was puzzled. Don't mention this kind of disappointing thing at a critical time. You won't die if you're a little late. If it was a day ago, this was what Slender Waist Dance used to yell at Gu Fei. It could be seen that the principal was actually not dead. Its owner could change it at any time. Immediately after the sword demon contacted the girl, he led Gu Fei to continue their journey. The direction was completely opposite from when they were looking for the water depth. The two walked in the direction of Forest Shade City. These two aren't together. Gu Fei lamented. Of course, if they were together, we would have seen them just now. The sword demon simply replied. Gu Fei smelled the confidence that belonged to understanding from his words. Forest Shade City, an inconspicuous village street. Looking at a certain house number, the sword demon checked the chat record, nodded, and said, It's here. They went forward and knocked on the door. The player who opened the door had a professional smile unique to the service industry. What can I do for you two? I'm looking for Lu Ku, the sword demon replied. Oh. The man responded and invited the two of them into the house. The room was well lit, but it was messy. Rags of various colors were thrown all over the floor. In front of several tables, many players were waving needles and thread and working hard. After the sword demon entered the house, he walked straight in the direction where a girl was holding a shirt and arguing with someone. This is too much. With 2 stitches in such a mess, won't it fall off when you pull it? Of course not. The player who was talking to the girl said with a smile. Pa. The sleeves of the jacket in the girl's hand had already snapped, and were completely torn off. Take a look. The girl stretched out her hands and stretched out her torn sleeves and blouse in front of him. The other party was left speechless. It was not strange for his clothes to be torn, but for the thread to be torn off with just a light tug, that was somewhat inexcusable. The player quickly wiped his sweat. It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Someone must have been careless and missed a step. I'll take it and redo it. After saying that, he took the sleeves and jacket and rushed to a table. He threw a loud scolding at the girl while scolding. Obviously, this scolding was also to appease the customer's dissatisfaction. Sister Ku, another 10 sets are ready, someone suddenly shouted. Alright, I'll call someone to get it after you're done. The girl turned her head in the direction of the shout. When she turned her head, her eyes had already swept over Gu Fei and the sword demon. After shouting, she immediately called out to the sword demon, You're here. N. The sword demon also responded. It was a simple dialogue, but Gu Fei heard a very unusual meaning. He confirmed his previous inference that the sword demon and this deep water wife did not have an indirect relationship. The two of them were very familiar with each other. The way they greeted each other was not very warm, and it did not seem like a polite greeting. Everything was so natural. Only the most familiar friends would use this simple and plain greeting method. After greeting the sword demon, Lu Ku turned her gaze to Gu Fei. She pursed her lips and said with a smile, Drunk Killer is also here. Hee hee. Gu Fei laughed dryly. He had naturally heard of his various nicknames in the outside world. Although he did not mind, few people called him that directly. You are. The sword demon looked around the room. Making clothes. Lu Ku grabbed a piece of clothing from the table beside her and threw it to the sword demon. The sword demon caught it and shook it open. Gu Fei looked at it and understood what it was. Camouflage uniforms. It was the kind that Deepwater and his subordinates were wearing. It seemed like he was preparing to equip the entire guild, which would require a few hundred sets. This wasn't a small amount of work. In a realistic game, making clothes wasn't as simple as shouting, so, into the air and the clothes would immediately appear in your pocket. It required actual manipulation. Of course, just like archers, this also required the powerful support of the system. Needlework was not something everyone could do. Have you seen Deepwater? Lu Ku took back the clothes that the sword demon handed back to her and asked. I have. The sword demon said. Then of course you know what I am doing. Lu Ku said. I know. The sword demon looked around the room again. Is this your guild's, or? No, it's a specialized tailor's workshop. It's Ying Qi's workshop. Didn't you notice the logo on the door? Lu Ku said. That logo is Ying Qi's? The sword demon was astonished. This was one of the more famous workshops in the online gaming world. Old players like the sword demon all knew about it. Lu Ku spread out her hands and said to the player who had just argued, see, I said that your logo doesn't look like it at all. The other player continued to wipe his sweat, we'll find some time to fix it. Come sit here. Lu Ku led the sword demon and Gu Fei to a rare empty table in the room. That person was quite tactful. When he saw Gu Fei and the others come over to sit, he immediately took the work in his hands and squeezed to the side. What's the matter? Lu Ku asked the sword demon. Without holding back, the sword demon told her everything, including Gu Fei and his suspicions of the system's assassination target. Surprise, Gu Fei was surprised again. He finally discovered that the sword demon and Lu Ku weren't just familiar. His relationship with this girl even surpassed his relationship with Water Depth. At least in front of Water Depth, the sword demon was a bit embarrassed to ask for help, but in front of this girl, the sword demon didn't hold back. This was a deep trust. Seeing that he didn't have a chance to interrupt, Gu Fei could only quietly listen on the side. So, you're suspecting that there's something wrong with the water-breaking arrow? Lu Ku tapped the table with her fingertips. At least in the previous mission target that the system pointed out, it's a guy who has accumulated more than 1,600 people. The sword demon said. It's just a game. This isn't too serious a problem, right? Lu Ku said. Behavior comes from a person's character. The sword demon said. You're too serious. Lu Ku replied, I've told you before that some people will indulge themselves in a virtual environment like games without any scruples. This doesn't really mean anything. But at least in this world, he's not a good person. The sword demon said. Support, support. Gu Fei said to the sword demon. The sword demon patted Gu Fei. Okay, okay. I got it. But the problem is that I'm not familiar with this person at all, and I don't know much about him. Lu Ku said. Is that so? The sword demon felt incomparably regretful. I have an idea. Gu Fei suddenly said. The two looked at him together. Why don't you take us with you and pretend to be people from your guild? That way, we'll have a lot of opportunities to observe that guy. Gu Fei said. Is this feasible? The sword demon was a bit confused. Lu Ku didn't say anything. Gu Fei smiled at the girl. Haven't you done this kind of thing before? What? The sword demon was a bit confused. Back at Setting Sun City, many of Unhindered's members didn't even know that the real plan was to have Unsworn Sword lead Todd to Setting Sun City's dungeon. However, The depth of the water allowed them to intercept him there. Don't you think it's a little strange? Gu Fei asked the sword ghoul. Water Depth knew that our goal was to send Todd to the dungeon. It's not strange for them to ambush us there, is it? The sword demon said. No, if it was an ambush, there definitely wouldn't be so few people. Doesn't Water Depth know how big our team is? However, while everyone was busy fighting, Deepwater's attention wasn't diverted in the slightest. With only a few people, they dared to wait in the dungeon. There's only one explanation for this. Deepwater and the others are fully aware of our plan. Gu Fei said. Your analysis makes sense. The sword demon had to admit. How could the plan be leaked? Of course, someone had found out about it. Unless the Han clan's young master has a bad sense of humor and deliberately revealed the plan to Shui, so that he would happily run over and then be killed dejectedly. Gu Fei said. It's not that, not that. The sword demon said. At the same time, he gave Gu Fei a meaningful look. Gu Fei could actually think of such a vile act. His realm was no less than the Han family young masters. So, someone must have stolen our plan. Gu Fei looked at Lu Ku. Then how do you know it was me? Lu Ku asked. Miss, at that time, your people were all lurkers. You were the only thief. If you wanted to steal the plan, I think the only way was to sneak around unsworn sword, right? Other than you, no one else could do it. Gu Fei said. The sword demon was greatly surprised. Young Ku, can you keep up with the speed of ordinary walking after sneaking? That's not it. Gu Fei answered for her. The only one who can do this is probably that slender waist dance. Miss Lu Ku should have blended into our team very casually when we left Forest Shade City. Our team was made up of many mercenary groups and guilds from reigning the Four Seas. The appearance of a new face would not attract attention at all. This was a big loophole for us. That's how Miss Lu Ku has always been in our team, but whenever Unsworn Sword comes up with a plan, she'll sneak around and eavesdrop, then inform Depth of Water of the news. I think my guess is correct, right? All correct. Lu Ku nodded. You're really smart. I think even the Han family young master didn't guess it, right? Speaking of this, the sword demon suddenly felt a chill pass through his heart. Maybe it's not that he doesn't know, he's just pretending not to know. Qianli, your inference just now is likely to be true. This guy deliberately let Water Depth think that we fell into a trap, and then happily chased after us, only to be ruthlessly cut back by you. That guy. Lu Ku also suddenly remembered the ridicule that the Han family young master gave to Water Depth when they met in Sunset City. That guy's appearance at that time seemed to be telling them, no matter how powerful Sun Wukong is, he can't escape from the palm of the Buddha. Butterfly knot, I got the feeling after writing for 2 days. The last few chapters have been very smooth. This feeling is really cool. Chapter 503. Towards the Han family young master, no one had anything to say. This person's personality was so bad that he was truly a weirdo. Gu Fei had only made a bold assumption, and it turned out to be a prophecy. Now that they thought about it, it seemed more and more likely. However, no one wanted to find the Han family young master to verify it. It had already been so many days. If they only realized it now, it would only become an excuse for them to be looked down upon by him. Don't bring up the past. Sword Demon said painfully. Gu Fei nodded his head. Especially don't say it to Water Depth. Lu Ku said. Gu Fei and Sword Demon nodded their heads. The two couldn't help but think of the way Water Depth gritted her teeth when she mentioned the Han family young master. She didn't even know about this matter and already hated him to this extent. If they added oil to the fire, this guy would probably go crazy. Do you guys think my idea isn't feasible? Gu Fei first brought the topic back to the present. Do you think you guys will be able to discover anything if you secretly spy on him? Lu Ku said. It will at least be of some help, right, Sword Demon? Gu Fei said. Ah. Right? Sword Demon couldn't help but reply. Then he realized that he had already unknowingly supported Gu Fei's idea. This was simply a verbal trap. Gu Fei was also very cunning. Since it's like this, I'll support you guys. I also don't want to have a person with a serious character problem in the guild. Lu Ke said. A guild with a few hundred people, can you guarantee the character of each person? Gu Fei laughed. Of course, this was impossible. It was always the hardest thing to see through a person's heart. This is just a game. Everything is very simple. Randomly killing people, randomly stealing monsters, randomly stealing equipment, this is a bad character. At least in our guild, no one will be like this. Lu Ke said. Really? Since it's like this, then let us help you test whether or not this water-breaking arrow is someone with a bad character who randomly kills people, steals monsters, and randomly steals equipment. Gu Fei said. Okay, come on, change into these clothes. Lu Ke pointed at the pile of clothes at the side. It was the 10 sets of camouflage uniforms that she had just made. I didn't expect us to have the opportunity to try this. Gu Fei smiled at the Sword Demon, but he soon encountered awkwardness when he tried it on. Because these clothes were made by players, they didn't follow the sewing recipe in the game. So, they didn't have any attributes. When players wore these clothes, they would wear them on top of their equipment with attributes. A coat and a pair of pants. It was supposed to be very simple, but it was troublesome for Gu Fei because his equipment was a mage robe, which dragged on the ground like a windbreaker. How could a normal coat cover such a windbreaker? Gu Fei didn't know what to do and looked at Lu Ke blankly. Lu Ke looked at his embarrassed face and couldn't help but laugh. Wait a minute. Mages are specially made. Then he turned to the working players and said, I want a mage robe, add one for me. I'll make it now. Gu Fei realized that he had been teased by this girl, but at least he didn't have to use his brain to solve such a difficult problem. Gu Fei was relieved. After all, tailoring in the game didn't take as long as in reality. A set of special camouflage robes was quickly made. Gu Fei took it and put it on. He and the Sword Demon were like two soldiers, standing at the table and looking at each other, more or less unnatural. Then, it's this. Lu Ke took out a box from her pocket and opened it. Gu Fei and the Sword Demon looked at it. It was a box of dark oily mud. Wipe it on your face. Lu Ke looked at the two of them and smiled. The two of them looked at each other. For a guild as harmonious as ours, it's too easy for a stranger to be recognized. But now that we have this special disguise, even acquaintances might not be able to recognize us at a glance. You two have to wipe it on. Lu Ke said. Gu Fei and the Sword Demon remembered that Deepwater and the players in his guild did indeed smear their faces like ghosts. When they first met, they indeed couldn't recognize Deepwater at a glance. The magical effect that Lu Ke mentioned wasn't fake. Helpless, the two of them could only grab the green mud and smear it on their faces. While smearing it, Gu Fei asked, What is this made of? I don't know the specifics, it's also custom-made. I found that there are a lot of talented people in this game. As long as you can think of it, there's nothing they can't make. This game really does have the raw materials. Right now, the big studios are very optimistic about this business and are trying to recruit talents in this area. This game is becoming more and more like a world. Lu Ke said. Oh. Gu Fei and the Sword Demon replied as they grabbed the thing and smeared it on their faces. Then they looked at each other and asked, How is it? Let me take a look. Lu Ke called out to the two of them and looked them up and down. Then she clicked her tongue in wonder and said, I won't hide it from you two. If you two run in front of Breaking Arrow like this and he sees you, he'll definitely be suspicious. Why? The two of them were surprised. Don't you two feel that what you smeared is different from what Deepwater and the others smeared? Lu Ke said. The two of them thought back. Their faces are smeared a bit more. Gu Fei said. I don't think it needs to be that complicated. A bit simpler is fine. Sword Demon said. Right, right. Just do it. Gu Fei said. The entire guild is smearing according to Breaking Arrow's requirements. Only you two are just doing it. Aren't you too exposed? Lu Ke said. Requirements? What requirements? The two of them didn't understand. You think it's just a few random smears? Are you shooting a movie? I don't know the theory behind it either. In any case, according to Breaking Arrow's instructions, there's a specific way to smear it. At the very least, it's not just a few smears, but the entire face. Lu Ke said. How is it a specific smear? The two of them asked. Wipe your faces clean. I'll do it. Lu Ke said. The two of them continued to look for a cloth to wipe off the oil paint they just smeared on their faces. At the same time, they saw Lu Ke take out several boxes from her pocket. When she opened them, they saw that they were all smeared with different shades of oil. It was clear that she wasn't using just one color. Hey! Gu Fei was dissatisfied. There was a technique to smear this thing on the face. This was something that normal people definitely didn't know. This girl didn't say anything. She first took out a bottle and let the two of them smear it. Only now did she take out all the paint to officially smear it on their faces. It was clearly another prank. What, hey! You guys made our guild so miserable last time. Shouldn't I take revenge? This is already considered light. Come and sit down. Lu Ke pointed at the bench across from her. Gu Fei sat down helplessly. Lu Ke grabbed a handful of mud and was about to throw it at Gu Fei's face. Gu Fei instinctively dodged. I say, why don't you tell me how to smear it? I'll do it myself. Thinking of a girl wiping his face here and there, Gu Fei felt a bit embarrassed. You're quite old-fashioned. Forget it. I don't know when you two will go to the church. Don't give me any trouble. Don't move. Lu Ke said. Didn't you learn it from Breaking Water Arrow? Gu Fei was unconvinced. Women are naturally more talented than men in this kind of thing. Do you put on makeup every day? Lu Ke said. Gu Fei was instantly speechless. Then, Lu Ke had already smeared a handful of mud on his face. Gu Fei still wanted to dodge, but after hearing Lu Ke say, don't move. If you ruin it, you'll have to start over again. He finally didn't dare to resist anymore. Lu Ke's technique was indeed skilled. Before long, she had already taken care of Gu Fei. Then, she went to smear the sword demon. Gu Fei sat to the side. Even his lips had been smeared. They were dry and astringent. It was very uncomfortable. The sword demon, who had been smeared, didn't feel good either. The two stared at each other, not knowing what to say. Looking at the other's face, they wanted to cry and laugh at the same time. In the end, they heard Lu Ke's satisfied voice say, not bad at all. Alright, you two sit here for a while. In a while, help me move the clothes to meet up with Deepwater and the others. Lu Ke said as she put away the oil on the table. Then, she went over to continue supervising the players who were rushing to make the clothes. Hey! Gu Fei sent a message to the sword demon. Why did you send a message? The sword demon replied. Don't you think you'll just eat it up if you open your mouth? Gu Fei replied. That won't happen, right? The sword demon replied. Then why didn't you say anything? Gu Fei replied. After a moment of silence, the sword demon spoke first. It should be fine. Deepwater and the others don't talk like that. You didn't eat it? Gu Fei sent another message. No. The sword demon said. He sighed in his heart that humans were really strange. Gu Fei, who was never hesitant when it came to PK, killing, fighting, and hunting, was always overcautious when it came to these small things. I'll try. Gu Fei opened his mouth and immediately let out a sigh of relief. He really didn't eat it. This girl. Gu Fei sighed again and again. He had a feeling that he was being teased. However, he was the one who came up with the plan, and he was only following the plan. This was indeed an indispensable part of the plan, and Gu Fei couldn't do anything about it. Hee hee. The sword demon laughed. I've known her for a long time. She's always been like this. A long time? How long? Gu Fei had always been a bit curious about the relationship between the sword demon and Lu Ku. She's probably the longest friend I've known in the game so far. The sword demon said. Even longer than the Han family young master? Gu Fei asked. Longer. The sword demon said. How about the depth of the water? Gu Fei asked again. Depth of the water? That was after I met the Han family young master for a few games. The sword demon said. How many games have you guys played? Gu Fei asked. How many games? How could I remember? The sword demon said. So you guys grew up together in the game world? Gu Fei said. The sword demon nodded. You can say that. Enviable. Gu Fei said. Oh. The sword demon looked at Gu Fei strangely. Gu Fei didn't say anything. He suddenly realized that these guys playing games were like practicing kung fu. They played a game like practicing a set of boxing. The only difference was that the sword demon practiced set by set and had companions that accompanied him to this day. Moreover, the number of companions was increasing. Gu Fei, from the beginning, was alone. From childhood to adulthood, until now, it seemed that he wouldn't have companions in the future. Gu Fei couldn't help but think of a very popular saying, I'm not practicing kung fu, I'm practicing loneliness. Chapter 504. Sword Demon didn't know that his words had evoked Gu Fei's melancholy. In addition, both of their faces were smeared like ghosts, so he couldn't see their expressions. Seeing that Gu Fei was silent, he didn't say anything more. Gu Fei just sighed with emotion. That was all. What he felt was only sadness and powerlessness towards the decline of Kung Fu. Hey, you two, get ready to go. Lu Ku was already calling out to the two. The two quickly got up. Put away your clothes and cover your face. You guys aren't planning to parade around like this, are you? Lu Ku said to the two. The two took off their clothes and put them in their pockets. They also put on masks on their faces and found hats to put on their foreheads. There were many people dressed like this now, so it wasn't uncommon. But the people in this room saw everything. Gu Fei said. It's not their business. Who would be so bored? Lu Ku didn't think much of it. She pointed to the two big sacks on the ground. One for each of you. Carry them and follow me. The pockets on the player's equipment were affected by the number of slots and weight. If it exceeded the number, it couldn't be stuffed anymore. For large-scale mining like Lu Ku, she had to use this unconventional method of carrying things by hand. Gu Fei had also used this method before. In the past, when he killed monsters, he couldn't put the things in his pockets, so he used the sacks to carry them back. It was only after playing the game for a long time that he had some knowledge of the game. He didn't collect all the garbage. He hadn't done this job for a long time. Sword Demon didn't say anything. He went forward and carried one. Gu Fei also went over and took one. He struggled to lift it. Although it was difficult, he finally dragged it off the ground. He staggered to keep up with Sword Demon's pace. Yo, you're a little mage, but you're quite strong. Lu Ku said in surprise. Gu Fei gritted his teeth and looked at Lu Ku. It seemed that this girl wanted to see him make a fool of himself again. Her resentment towards him was quite deep. However, he couldn't let it go on endlessly. Gu Fei secretly thought that if this girl schemed against him again, he would have to think of a way to teach her a lesson. Just as he was thinking about this, he suddenly felt the weight on his hand lighten. He turned his head and saw that the other end of the sack had been lifted by Lu Ke. She looked at him and said, "I'll help you lift it now. When we enter the forest later, you have to work hard. Otherwise, people will think that I'm stupid, and it won't be good for your plan." Gu Fei responded. He understood what Lu Ke meant. Of course, she had pulled a strong man here to do this heavy work. In the end, she had found a guy who couldn't even lift things. If this wasn't a moron, then what was? It was easy to attract a lot of unnecessary attention. Gu Fei and the sword demon didn't want to attract too much attention. "Right, we don't have a guild badge. What should we do?" Sword demon suddenly said. "That's it for now. I'll get you two later," Lu Ke said. "How?" Sword demon was puzzled. Of course, the two couldn't really join their guild. Otherwise, their names would be exposed. But the guild badge was a forbidden item that couldn't be traded. Lu Ke couldn't take someone else's badge and give it to them. "You should have confidence in the piracy industry," Lu Ke said. "This can be done." Sword demon was surprised. "Normal people can't do it. The structure and pattern are very complicated. There won't be any system assistance. Normal life profession players definitely can't do it. But, the more normal people can't get it, the more business opportunities there are, right?" Lu Ke said. "Can Ning Qi and the others do it?" Sword demon's mind wasn't slow. "No, Sincerity can do it," Lu Ke said. "Oh." Sword demon responded. He wasn't unfamiliar with this name. Sincerity Studio was also a famous online game studio in the industry. They had a huge business. The online store was especially standardized. They were enthusiastic, had a good attitude, and would answer any request. "I've already talked to them, but this thing is completely handmade by players. It requires real time, so it won't be that fast," Lu Ke said. The price isn't low, right?" Sword demon owed a lot of debt. When he talked about money, his tone couldn't help but drop a few notches. "It's fine, it's the guild's expenses," Lu Ke said. "That's not good." Sword demon's expression was serious. "You're not in charge of this guild." Lu Ke laughed. Sword demon was speechless. "Do you have any questions? Hurry up and ask." "We're almost there." Lu Ke looked forward. This area had probably been surrounded by them as a training base. They were about to enter. "I have one," Gu Fei said. "Hurry up and say it," Lu Ke said. "What's your guild called?" Gu Fei asked. "Silence. Extreme Silence." His own guild's quests had been ruined by this guy time and time again. In the end, he didn't even know his own guild's name. What kind of sorrow was this? "No one told me." Gu Fei's expression was very innocent. It wasn't that he didn't respect his opponent, it was that no one had mentioned this matter. And he didn't have much of an idea about guilds. If it wasn't necessary, he wouldn't think to ask about it. "It's called Extreme Cold," Sword Demon told him and then changed the topic. Come, hurry up and go. This thing is really heavy." It wasn't just the name of the guild. He even remembered Water Depth's name incorrectly. Sword Demon silently said in his heart. It was better not to let Lu Ke know about this. Extreme Cold. Don't remember it wrong. Lu Ke wanted to come up and pull Gu Fei's ear. No, my memory is very good," Gu Fei said. Sword Demon blushed with shame for him. At the same time, he felt sorrow for Water Depth once again. After walking forward a bit, Lu Ke let go of the sack. "It's about time. You two put on your clothes. Use a bit more strength. It's a bit strenuous. Sword Demon, do you have any equipment that adds strength? Give me a few first. Gu Fei put on his camouflage clothes as he asked Sword Demon. As an in-game expert, there was no way he would only have one set of equipment like Gu Fei. For PvP, for quests, for killing mobs, or for something else. Different missions had the most suitable equipment combinations, and a veteran like Sword Ghost naturally had the most suitable equipment combinations. Indeed, there were still some strength-imbued equipment that he didn't have with him, so he hurriedly gave them to Gu Fei. After Gu Fei put it on, carrying the sack became much easier. Lu Ke looked at their actions and seemed to be moved as she said to Sword Demon, "You've made a good friend again." Sword Demon smiled and didn't say anything. Although this was a bit of a misunderstanding, in the game, being able to exchange equipment with each other meant a deep trust. To be able to gain this kind of trust, it was naturally a good friend. As a normal person, even if you weren't a bad person who would blackmail others with equipment, it was very difficult to make others believe this. It wasn't easy to gain other people's trust. Gu Fei and Sword Demon had naturally done it. At least in the game, they were good friends who trusted each other. After walking a few more steps, they entered the training area of extreme cold. From time to time, people would emerge from the jungle with shifty eyes. They were probably used to Lu Ke bringing people over to carry things, so they didn't care after a glance. Gu Fei was also relieved. Imagine if he didn't get some strength equipment at this time and continued to sway, he would naturally attract attention. With attention, there would be attention, and with attention, there would be free time. After free time, anyway, the consequences were very serious. They're back. After walking for a while, a group of people emerged from behind a tree in front of them. Although they had just met not long ago, Gu Fei and Sword Demon still couldn't recognize them at a glance. They only judged that this person was water depth from the voice and posture. As a result, Gu Fei and Sword Demon were more confident in their disguises. Another 100 sets. Lu Ke gestured to Gu Fei and Sword Demon to put the bag on the ground. After the two left it, they stood silently to the side as if nothing had happened. Everyone's eyes were focused on the sacks on the ground. No one paid attention to the two of them. Not bad. Gu Fei private messaged Sword Demon. But where's water-breaking arrow? Sword Demon looked around but couldn't find him. He's beside water depth. What's with your eyes? Gu Fei replied. Ah. Sword Demon looked beside water depth. He walked out. Gu Fei reminded. Sword Demon sweated, I'm sorry, I really couldn't recognize him. Of course you can't recognize him from his face. Pay attention to his body shape. Gu Fei said. I don't have professional eyes. Sword Demon replied. Water-breaking arrow was indeed the one beside water depth. At this time, he was busy opening 2 sacks. The 4th batch of clothes is here. Those without clothes, come and get them. Water depth said in the channel. It was as if a wild beast was moving its home. The entire forest was filled with noises. Countless birds were startled and heads were moving. This group of people that just came out had their faces smeared. They didn't wear clothes that were as psychedelic as their faces. They looked very out of place. After this group of people rushed up, they immediately rushed to snatch the equipment. It was clear that water depth didn't have any arrangements. Everyone wanted to get the clothes first. The scene was very chaotic. Water depth and the others had already experienced this before. At this time, they had already agilely hid to the side. Gu Fei and Sword Demon were completely unprepared. They were pushed around in the sea of people. It was extremely painful. The 100 sets of costumes were quickly snatched up, and the ground was immediately filled with people putting on their clothes. Gu Fei and the sword ghouls suddenly felt that they had come to a poverty-stricken area to help the poor. Look, there are so many people without clothes and pants. Snatch. In a daze, Gu Fei and Sword Demon suddenly heard Lu Ke pointing at them and talking to water-breaking arrow. Old Broken Arrow, these two have been running around with me for a day. They haven't trained properly. I'll leave you behind to train them properly. This girl's got guts. Gu Fei was shocked. For a moment, he felt that Lu Ku was betraying them. This directly sent the two of them to Water-Breaking Arrow. Not to mention, Water-Breaking Arrow wanted to add them as friends. This would directly expose them. Although their IDs weren't directly above their heads, adding them as friends couldn't be hidden. Don't worry, I'll train them properly. The strength of the guild can't be separated from everyone's hard work. Water-Breaking Arrow expressed. You've worked hard. After speaking, Lu Ku waved at the two of them. You too, train well. As she spoke, she winked at the two of them. Chapter 505. Gu Fei looked at Lu Ku in surprise. She turned around and casually greeted the two before leaving. He looked at Sword Demon next to her. Tragedy. Facing such a big face, Gu Fei couldn't tell if Sword Demon's expression was shocked or calm. Gu Fei had already experienced the horror of this kind of disguise. The face was extremely asymmetrical because of the strong colors, so many obvious emotions could be seen at a glance. On this face, there was only one word, ferocious. Seeing that Broken Water Arrow was already coming towards the two, Gu Fei hurriedly sent a message to Sword Demon. What if he wants to add us as friends? Of course, refuse. Sword Demon replied while looking at Gu Fei strangely. This question was so retarded. If he added them as friends, his ID would be exposed. Wouldn't that expose him? Refuse. Isn't that too suspicious? Why find a reason? Gu Fei said. My friends list is full. Sword Demon replied. Huh? Is that okay? Gu Fei was surprised. Of course. The game has been open for so long. It's rare that the friends list isn't full. Sword Demon said. Gu Fei was feeling inferior. He didn't know that there was a limit to the friends list. Broken Water Arrow stood in front of them. This was the second time the three of them met in a short period of time. However, it should be a meeting of strangers. Broken Water Arrow. Broken Water Arrow stood in front of the two and introduced himself in a concise and powerful manner. In fact, there shouldn't be a need for this because everyone in Extreme Frost knew who he was. However, he would still do this. He just used this as an opening remark to signal Gu Fei and Sword Demon to introduce themselves. As early as when he proposed this plan, Gu Fei had already thought of the problem of using a fake ID. Drunk and flying, he had already made up a name using his real name and game ID. Just as he was about to say it, he was suddenly touched by Sword Demon. While Gu Fei was stunned, a message flew over. He opened it and saw that it was from Sword Demon. Your name is Rice Soup. What kind of stupid name is that? By the time Gu Fei replied, the Sword Ghoul had already introduced himself. White Sands. Rice Soup. Gu Fei didn't dare to reveal any flaws, so he could only follow the Sword Demon's instructions. The name given by Young Ku. Sword Demon replied at this time. Gu Fei immediately understood. Fake name. How could he use a fake name to sneak into someone else's guild? Everyone's ID was clearly recorded in the guild list, and people could casually browse through it. Drunken flight? What drunken flight? There's no drunken flight. Wouldn't he be exposed very quickly? He actually didn't think of this. Gu Fei was ashamed. He always ignored the simple rules of the game. As expected, he wasn't as good as Sword Demon and the others. And since this name was given by Lu Ku, it must be someone in the guild. Their class level should match. As for whether it was real or fake, Gu Fei guessed that the girl must have thought about it before choosing the name, so he didn't have to worry too much. I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation. Broken Arrow had already extended his hand towards the two. Sword Demon held it first, and Gu Fei followed. Broken Arrow's strength was still measured, and Gu Fei purposely added a bit more strength. He didn't know if Broken Arrow had the same judgment as him when they shook hands, but it was better to be careful. He couldn't be careless with these details. In addition, Gu Fei could recognize Broken Arrow from his body shape, but he believed that Broken Arrow wouldn't be able to recognize him like that. Broken Arrow's thick waist, legs, and neck were characteristics that normal people rarely had, and Gu Fei's body was the common kind of well-proportioned type. Only when he wore underwear would people notice that his body was abnormally lean and strong. This point, the mage robe was a very good cover. This lazy nightgown-like clothing wouldn't expose the body's muscles, not to mention that there was another robe on top of the robe. If it was the fighter's signature Do-Chi suit, then it would be over. That equipment loved to show off the body's muscles, causing many male players who didn't have a good figure to choose a fighter to give up on picking up girls. The greetings ended here, and there was no unnecessary nonsense. Follow me. Broken Arrow turned around and walked forward. This person is quite straightforward. Gu Fei actually quite admired this type of person who didn't talk much, but with one look he could tell that they were the capable type. Yeah, a bit like a soldier. Sword Demon said. I don't know, I've never dealt with a soldier before. Gu Fei said. Okay. I haven't either, I imagined it. Sword Demon was honest. Most normal people didn't have this kind of experience. The ones they had seen were mostly soldiers who had retired from the army for many years. Their edges had been ground away by life, and they were no different from normal people. Everyone's impression of this type of person could only come from movies and television. From this point of view, Broken Arrow was in line with the image of a resolute soldier. Every step he took gave people a feeling of cleanliness. Let's not talk anymore, let's keep up. Gu Fei and Sword Demon ended the private chat, and followed Broken Arrow's footsteps. Deeper in the jungle, this seemed to be the official training base of Deep Cold. From time to time, Gu Fei could feel a murderous aura beside him, often appearing and disappearing. Obviously, it was a glimpse of someone in the process of hurriedly running. From time to time, there was the sound of arrows whistling through the jungle. From the side of Broken Arrow's face, Gu Fei saw that every time there was this sound, he couldn't help but slightly frown. Even if his face was smeared, the frown could still be seen. Looks like he's not very satisfied with this training. This guy, does he really take this seriously? Gu Fei thought. Profession. Water-breaking Arrow suddenly stopped and turned around to shout. Ah! Gu Fei and Sword Demon were startled by his sudden stop. Report your professions. Broken Arrow repeated. Mage. Thief. The two answered. Oh. After Water-breaking Arrow responded, his gaze once again swept over the two. The two of them had a guilty conscience, so it was inevitable that they would feel a little nervous and uncomfortable under such a focused gaze. Suddenly, they heard Water-breaking Arrow say, "You two aren't wearing badges?" Gu Fei was surprised. He didn't expect this guy to notice so quickly. Just as he was about to argue, he heard Sword Demon already answer, "We agree with you. If we want to better hide in this jungle, we must hide our badges." Well said. Water-breaking Arrow actually nodded approvingly. Gu Fei was very surprised because this Sword Demon really got into character quickly. But then he thought it was wrong. Sword Demon's words were obviously like he heard Broken Arrow's speech before. Of course this was impossible, so he immediately asked. Young Ko told me that if he has any questions about the badges, he should answer like this. This guy doesn't agree with wearing the badges in an obvious place. Gu Fei said. When did she say that? How come I don't know anything about it? Gu Fei asked. Private chat. It's safe. Sword Demon said. Gu Fei could understand this. Just like how the two of them were communicating under Broken Arrow's eyes, private chat was very safe. But, why didn't she tell me? She doesn't have your friends list. Sword Demon said. Add. Her friends list is full. The excuse he just used to teach Gu Fei was quickly taught to Gu Fei. You too, follow this group. Broken Arrow of course didn't know that Gu Fei and Sword Demon were secretly communicating and had already started to deploy the two of them. With Broken Arrow's call, a few players came out of the jungle and came in front of Gu Fei and Sword Demon. Gu Fei immediately tensed up. He knew that Broken Arrow was a newbie who had just joined the guild not too long ago. It would be easy for the two of them to fool him, but if they were to mix with the other members of the guild, it would be troublesome. Even Lu Ke said that their guild was very harmonious and unfamiliar faces were very dangerous. Even though they had this method, they were all unfamiliar faces. However, their past relationships had not changed. If they were to meet face to face, what if these people in front of them were brothers who had gone on quests with rice soup and white sand, killed people together, drank with them and drank with them? Wouldn't they see through them on the spot? Just as he was worrying, those brothers had already come up to size up the two of them and carefully asked, "Who are you?" Ever since the whole guild had this disguise, if they weren't extremely familiar with each other, they wouldn't recognize each other. Rice soup. Now that things had reached this point, Gu Fei could only brace himself and pray that these people weren't familiar with rice soup. White sand. Sword Demon also replied. Oh. The person on the other side called out, causing Gu Fei's heart to jump. Then he saw him clap his hands, so it's the two that joined recently, welcome welcome. When Gu Fei heard that he was pretending to be a newcomer that the other party wasn't familiar with, wasn't this a good opportunity to act freely? He was overjoyed, and when he looked at the sword ghost, he was also relieved. He sent a message to Gu Fei, that woman, it turns out that everything was arranged properly. Why didn't she tell me? She gave me a big fright. Be content. At least she told you a little. Gu Fei replied. Thinking about it, Sword Demon at least knew the fake name and how to explain the badge. If these two people went their separate ways, wouldn't he be done for? He is the leader of this group. You guys learn from him first. Water-breaking Arrow said. The he was referring to was the one who clapped his hands to welcome them. Hello, hello. Gu Fei and Sword Demon immediately pretended to be humble and cautious newcomers. He is ranked 21st on the Archer leaderboard. A player beside he proudly announced. Amazing, amazing. Gu Fei and Sword Demon praised. Other than the president, he is the best trap technician in our guild. Another player promoted to his friend. Admirable. Gu Fei and Sword Demon continued to praise. Ha ha ha, what a bunch of ignorant brats. Suddenly, a voice came from the forest. Gu Fei, who had special training in listening to the wind, had already accurately looked in the direction of the voice while the others were still looking around wondering who it was. At this time, a group of people came out from behind a tree. To be honest, there wasn't much to describe. Everyone knew what they were wearing. Yo, I was wondering who it was. So it's one of the 7 idlers of Yulin. Someone beside Yi looked at this group of people strangely. Sword Demon and Gu Fei looked at each other. Gu Fei sent a message to Sword Demon, you said it was a harmonious guild. It can't be helped. Where there are people, there will be conflicts. Sword Demon replied. Let's wait and see. Agreed. Butterfly Knot, the chapter number was wrong for 3 days in a row. What a tragedy. Why didn't anyone find out? Comrades, you disappoint me so much. Chapter 506. Extreme Cold's face had been smeared to the point where it was impossible to tell his age, but the new group that appeared from the bushes did look taller than the guys that Gu Fei and Sword Demon had joined. Coupled with the fact that the other side called him kid, Gu Fei could be sure that he and Sword Demon had joined a group of immature kids. And this group of guys from the adult group didn't have a small background. From the words of the kids, they were actually one of the 7 idlers. Although it was a group of jokes in the mouth of this player, the joke was only their temperament, not their strength. In terms of experience alone, they were second only to the top 10. If they had some powerful equipment or powerful skills in their hands, it was not impossible to surpass the top 10. After all, the level of experience didn't affect strength. Everyone was at the same level. Brother Yu, this 7 idlers, who's in the position of archer? Sword Demon had already asked in the mercenary channel. Ginkgo T, lurker. Why, is it from Forest Shade City? Did you guys bump into him? Brother Yu replied. Kill him. Yutian Shinming shouted. This guy wished that all the archers above level 40 would die and he would be the only one left. In front of us. Sword Demon ignored Yutian Shinming. After replying to Brother Yu, he and Gu Fei continued to quietly watch the situation in front of them. Gu Fei counted the number of people. The adult group led by Ginkgo T consisted of a total of 12 people. It seemed to be a complete team. And the young kids group led by IE, including the newly joined Gu Fei and Sword Demon, was only 8 people. But when it came to challenging, they probably wouldn't count the newly joined Gu Fei and Sword Demon as brothers in the same trench, so there were 6 people. Young people had always been fearless. Kid, let me teach you a lesson and let you understand what a real trap technician is, Ginkgo T said as he walked at the front of the group. IE snorted disdainfully, with just you. Although he was ranked 21st among the archers, the principle was the same. Everyone was on the same level, and this ranking did not represent strength. He was not afraid of Ginkgo T, which was ranked 10 places higher than him. The two of them took a few more steps forward and stood opposite each other. There's no need to say more about the rules, right? Ginkgo T said. Of course. Smiled. Gu Fei and the Sword Demon were at a loss. Why are you looking at me? Ask your old friend. Gu Fei messaged Sword Demon. Sword Demon sent a message to Lu Ku. There are 2 lurkers who seem to be competing. Everyone knows the rules. What rules do you have? Within a certain range, the first to fall into the trap loses within the agreed time. If no one falls into the trap, then the one who gets hit by the most arrows loses. Lu Ku replied as if she was not unfamiliar with it. This is very dangerous. The parallel world did not provide a stage for players to train and learn from each other. Fighting was PK, and if there was death, there would be PK points. So it was not easy for 2 friends to practice PK skills. After all, the damage in the game had a minimum and a maximum. Experts like Gu Fei could control it, but ordinary people relied on luck. As for critical hits, fatal attacks, and other attacks that had a high probability of appearing, even Gu Fei could not control them. The accidents were obvious. No, they will use the lowest damage equipment. Lu Ku said. There are all kinds of attribute points on the equipment, and it's not as simple as just affecting the damage. Different equipment has different attributes, and there are different ways to play. If you can't use the equipment that you most often configure, what's the point of practicing? Sword Demon said. Practice? Are you kidding me? Do those brats look like they're practicing? They quarrel all day to fight over who is strong and who is weak. It's so annoying. Which 2 are they now? Lu Ku asked. AE, Ginkgo T. Sword Demon told her. Oh. Lu Ku did not comment again. Sword Demon then relayed Lu Ku's words to Gu Fei. At this time, the 2 people in the field, after someone came out of nowhere and shouted, "Start," they each buried their heads and rolled, disappearing into the grass. As for the others who were watching the battle, they all consciously stepped back and skillfully left a blank space for the 2 of them. The forest was quiet. Occasionally, there were sounds, but most of them came from a distance. In the place that could be seen, there would occasionally be a slight sound of grass rubbing against each other, but it was extremely soft. It was hard to tell if someone was moving or if it was just a gust of wind passing by. Even if Gu Fei had the ability to feel murderous intent, he could not completely grasp the movements of the 2 people at this time. Why would the 2 people in the duel look at him? Sigh, what's the point of doing this? Just directly attack. Gu Fei really had no love for this kind of duel. On the other hand, the sword ghost was different. He had researched all of the in-game combat styles. At this time, his expression was focused. There was clearly no one in front of him, but he watched very seriously. If there was even the slightest movement, he would immediately look around to see if there was any change. At this moment, this guy was probably simulating in his heart how he would deal with it if he were in this situation. This kind of duel could be considered a new experience. Only the lurkers in Forest Shade City, who trained and fought under such conditions for a long time, could develop such a unique fighting style. If it were any other main city, even if two lurkers fought, it would not be like this. First, there was no such geographical conditions. Second, there was no such habit. Third, there really was no such skill. It had already been 3 minutes, and the two people in the duel were nowhere to be seen. No one knew what they had done in these 3 minutes, whether they had fought, whether they had been injured. No one knew. No one knew anything. There was only the forest, the grass, and a circle of idiotic players in front of them. Whoosh! There was finally a sound in the circle. This sound was not sudden for the audience at all because everyone had been waiting for a long time and was fully mentally prepared. Finally. This state was called, finally. The sound of the arrow rang out in silence. Gu Fei, who was experienced in listening to sounds, locked his gaze in one direction with this sound. And Sword Demon, who understood Gu Fei, followed Gu Fei's gaze and locked his gaze in one direction, so his gaze quickly collided with a tree. Sword Demon cursed and quickly adjusted his position to stand next to Gu Fei. The forest was like this. The two were a few steps apart, and their vision was completely different. Gu Fei saw the change in the battle situation, while Sword Demon saw a tree. There? Sword Demon also whispered to Gu Fei to confirm. Originally, but maybe he's already left, Gu Fei said. Although he didn't see any special movements, there hadn't been any big movements in the past 3 minutes, but it was impossible that he didn't move, this arrow didn't react at all. Sword Demon said. The circle was quiet again at this time. It should be a test, but the opponent didn't fall for it, Gu Fei analyzed. Then didn't he expose himself instead? Sword Demon said. The reason was very simple. The guy who looked for someone with a flashlight first exposed himself first. I don't think so, Gu Fei said. Why? Sword Demon asked. Because I didn't find any traces of him. It sounded quite arrogant, but there was a reason behind it. In fact, whether it was the duelists in the field or the spectators like Gu Fei, everyone saw and heard the same. The spectators who were more free and unrestrained didn't find anything, let alone the duelists who were in the middle of the battle and had to make sure to hide themselves first. If it were me, what would I do? Everyone probably couldn't help but think of this question. After Sword Demon thought about it, he couldn't help but ask Gu Fei again. Jump out, lure the opponent out, and then go over and kill him, Gu Fei said. Sword Demon could only ignore this kind of inhuman answer that was too strong and didn't put the opponent in his eyes at all. Both sides were evenly matched, carefully testing each other and looking for loopholes. Perhaps this was the best way. And that was exactly what these two fellows were doing. Sword Demon thought so. So after that arrow, another 2 minutes passed, during which 2 more arrows were released, but there was still no movement. The audience didn't even know if the arrows were shot by the same person. What's the time? Did they say it? Gu Fei asked Sword Demon. In his memory, the other said, no need to say the rules, and then started. Didn't they say to set a time? Why didn't they set a time? They didn't say it. Could it be that these two people often fight and it's a convention? Sword Demon guessed. If there was a unified time rule, Lu Ku would have told him just now. Gu Fei could only mutter to himself, how long are they going to fight? While muttering, he glanced at the water-breaking arrow over there. Gu Fei still paid attention to this guy's actions from time to time, but the water-breaking arrow was like an ordinary audience, nothing particularly noteworthy. As for Sword Demon, he forgot about this matter at this time and focused on watching the duel. Obviously, Sword Demon wasn't a player who was very enthusiastic about quests. Quests were just a way for him to improve himself. And this kind of rare duel in front of him was very helpful for him to improve his combat experience. Sword Demon was more interested in this than in the daily quests. And at this time, the referee who announced the start of the battle suddenly shouted, "Last 10 seconds. 10, 9, 8. Everyone suddenly began to shout the countdown, and the atmosphere suddenly became lively. Gu Fei and Sword Demon were a bit confused. It ended just like that. Was the outcome already decided? Were these two really two amateurs and couldn't see anything? 6, 5, 4, 3. Just as everyone shouted 3 in unison, there was suddenly a series of sounds that sounded like some kind of mechanism jumping in the field. It was continuous and rapid. With the center of the field as the core, unknown things scattered around with the sound. What is this? Sword Demon shouted in surprise. There was already something flying in front of them. Gu Fei put his sword in his pocket and pulled it out, but he touched nothing. At this time, he was wearing camouflage outside, but the equipment pocket was inside. Quick, dodge. In a hurry, Gu Fei used a difficult method and pushed Sword Demon, and the two flew to the ground. What is this? There was a cry of surprise. Chapter 507. No one had Gu Fei's reflexes and skills. All the players who were targeted by the projectiles were hit. Except for one person, Broken Arrow. Sure enough, he had some skill. The moment Gu Fei pounced, he didn't let go of this opportunity to observe Broken Arrow. He saw Broken Arrow dodge the projectile with a sidestep. If it wasn't to save Sword Demon, Gu Fei's dodging method would probably be the same as his. At the same time, Broken Arrow's gaze fell on the two of them. Although they fell to the ground awkwardly, they were the only two players in the field who weren't hit by the attack. Don't panic, this attack doesn't do any damage. At this time, a person in the bushes slowly stood up and looked at Gu Fei and Sword Demon. Although the messy face made it impossible to read his expression, just from his tone, everyone could hear that he was relaxed. One could imagine the kind and warm smile on his face, or rather, a pretentious smile, Ginkgo tea. There was a clear difference between his voice and Ah Yi's, it was obvious it was him. Just as he had said, the damage dealt by this attack was so light that it only tickled the nerves of the players who had been hit. Meanwhile, Gu Fei and the Sword Ghost, who had collapsed to the ground, were seen as symbols of excessive panic. Many players looked at them with disdain. Only the water-breaking arrow looked at the two with a different gaze than before. Ah Yi, are you still not coming out? Ginkgo tea continued to shout in a relaxed tone. The countdown stopped because of this attack, but 3 seconds had already passed and the duel was over. If no one was hit by the trap, it was time to count who had been hit by the most arrows. And there didn't seem to be much suspense. In the whole duel, there were only 3 arrows, and everyone saw that the arrows missed. Ginkgo tea definitely wasn't hit by the arrows, and the last wave of strange attacks was clearly released by Ginkgo tea. The audience watching from the outside circle couldn't dodge it, let alone Ah Yi who was closer to the circle. As expected, Ah Yi stood up silently in the midst of the shouts, not saying a word. At this time, if he could admire his opponent's expression, it would undoubtedly be a very enjoyable moment. Unfortunately, the makeup was a very good camouflage, and Ginkgo tea couldn't enjoy this pleasure. He probably felt that it wasn't an orgasm enough. In the end, he didn't say much and simply said, "There's always a higher mountain. Take care." Ah Yi continued to remain silent. It was clear that this loss had made him quite disheartened. His little brothers, at this moment, also looked as if they had been struck by frost. All of them lowered their heads in silence. To everyone's surprise, including Gu Fei, the Sword Demon suddenly spoke, wait. Ginkgo T turned around and saw that it was Sword Demon. His face twitched. He was probably smiling, but at this moment, it looked like he was having a cramp. After twitching, he said politely, "Brother, you weren't hurt just now, right?" "Sorry about that." "What skill was that?" Sword Demon asked. "I don't think I need to tell you about this, do I?" Ginkgo T said disapprovingly. When it came to this kind of unfamiliar skill, players usually had two attitudes. One was to show off, to announce the powerful effects, data, and uses of the skill to the world, arousing the envy and worship of others. The other was to hide it. Although they knew how to use it, they didn't want others to know too much about their skill, so they wouldn't reveal the data and effects of the skill. Ginkgo T's attitude right now was clearly the latter. And Sword Demon was an old player, so he should understand this very well. When it came to the first type of person, even if you didn't ask, they would still brag. When it came to the second type, even if you asked, they wouldn't say. So, Sword Demon asked a question that shouldn't have been asked by an old player like him. The way he looked at Ginkgo T was like looking at an ignorant newbie. "I don't want to ask too much, but at the very least, your skill should be a trap, right?" Sword Demon said. "I don't need to tell you about this, right?" Ginkgo T said. "Not to me, but to this duel. If it's a trap skill, then may I ask how you activated it? Can you demonstrate it in front of everyone?" Sword Demon said. Ginkgo T fell silent. "Did you step into the trap yourself and activate its mechanism?" Sword Demon asked aggressively. There was an uproar. Even Ai suddenly came to his senses. He looked at Ginkgo T and said, "You cheated?" "Cheated? What cheated? Who said I couldn't step into my own trap?" Ginkgo T retorted. "You admit it? That means you fell into the trap first, so you lost." Ai suddenly became spirited. "TSK, I stepped into my own trap, not yours." "What are you so proud of?" Ginkgo T said. "The rules only said the first to step into the trap loses. It didn't say who did it." Ai said. "Nonsense, that's because there's no need to say it. Who would step into their own trap? Do they have a bruise on their head?" Ginkgo T said loudly. The forest suddenly fell silent. After a while, there was a burst of laughter. Especially Ai's group, their laughter was especially loud. And Ginkgo T's group was very embarrassed. Ginkgo T just wanted to say, "Stepping into your own trap doesn't count." This was an axiom that everyone understood. In the end, he was too anxious and made a mistake. Sword Demon didn't laugh. He looked at Ginkgo T and continued, "According to what you're saying, stepping into your own trap doesn't count. That's based on the premise that no one would step into their own trap. Then you stepped into your own trap, so it's also against the rules." The loser always has a lot of excuses. Ginkgo T said disdainfully. "The loser is you." Ai shouted. "You look very unconvinced." "If you're not convinced, then let's fight again. What's with all this nonsense?" Ginkgo T said with disdain. "Come on, I'm not afraid of you." Ai's voice was very loud. Gu Fei could only facepalm on the side. Young people, they really didn't know much about the world. They even fell for such a simple provocation. Although Ginkgo T didn't admit it verbally, everyone knew who won and lost. For someone like Ginkgo T who could still shamelessly argue after being exposed, it was obvious that he was a dead pig. He wasn't afraid of boiling water. Even if Gong Zheng won against him, he would have 10 million reasons to deal with him. It was extremely difficult to convince this kind of person. Moreover, in those duels just now, although Ginkgo T cheated, Ai didn't seem to have any powerful means of winning. If he rashly agreed to fight Ginkgo T again, he was a classic example of someone who didn't use his brain. Forget it. Gu Fei stepped forward and stopped Yi, who was about to enter the ring again. Oh. Are you afraid? Ginkgo T chuckled. Don't stop me. This kind of guy, I have to make him lose wholeheartedly. Yi was angry. Such words should be said by someone with strength. Be honest. Are you 100% confident in beating him? Gu Fei said. Yi fell silent. If he was confident, he would have won just now. He wouldn't have given Ginkgo T the chance to cheat in the last 3 seconds. If you don't even have this kind of confidence, how can you make him lose wholeheartedly? Gu Fei asked Yi. Yi fell silent. Alright, let's go. Gu Fei gestured for Yi to return to his companions. Yi walked in a daze, as if he was still thinking about Gu Fei's words. However, behind him, Gu Fei had already rolled up his sleeves and said to Ginkgo T, "Come, let me make you lose wholeheartedly." Fuck. Everyone booed and jeered. Even Sword Demon felt that Gu Fei was too shameless. Ginkgo T laughed wildly. Kid, you're very arrogant. Gu Fei smiled. You'll know after the fight that I'm not arrogant. It's just the truth. After saying that, he untied his camouflage uniform and reached into his inner pocket to take out his sword. In the end, he heard a deep voice behind him. Enough. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice. There was only one person in that direction. Water-breaking arrow. This kind of duel is meaningless. Water-breaking arrow said. How is it meaningless? It's to improve one's PK level. Ginkgo T said. What's the use of this level? On the battlefield, no one will give you such a large space for you to fight. On the battlefield, you won't only have one enemy. On the battlefield, every inch of land can be hidden with danger. Your so-called duel is just a boring game. If you want to win in the future city battles, you'd better think about how to use your individual abilities in a chaotic situation to win the overall victory. How can something like an individual ranking help in city battles? Water-breaking arrow said. Let's go. Ginkgo T didn't comment on water-breaking arrow's words. He led his team away. As for Yi's group, they were more respectful towards water-breaking arrow. Gu Fei unexpectedly didn't feel any regret towards the fight being ruined. From the two groups' attitudes towards water-breaking arrow, he felt that there was something interesting. Did you see that? Looking at water-breaking arrow's departing figure, Gu Fei said to Sword Demon. What do you mean? Sword Demon asked. Ginkgo T and those guys don't seem to think much of water-breaking arrow. Gu Fei said. Sword Demon obviously saw this, although water-breaking arrow's words are reasonable, I don't agree with his methods. This is just a game. Even if it's a guild leader, he wouldn't speak so forcefully. We should all be friends, brothers, and be on equal footing. His attitude is really like a boss lecturing his employees. But there are quite a few guild leaders who are this forceful. Gu Fei said. Win people by virtue, win people by reason. As long as your words are right and your actions are righteous, even if your tone is harsh, there will still be many people who will agree. I'm just saying that I don't really like this kind of method. Sword Demon said. Of course, you're not the only one who doesn't like it. Look at Ginkgo T, they really don't like it. Gu Fei said. It seems so. Sword Demon said. Then look at Water Depth's personality, what kind of guild leader would he be? Gu Fei asked. Of course it's the kind I'm talking about. Sword Demon said. Birds of a feather flock together. If Water Depth is this kind of leader, then the guild members he gathered, of course most of them agree with his leadership style. But suddenly, there's a leader with a completely different style intervening and giving strong commands. Don't you think everyone will feel very unhappy? Gu Fei said. What are you trying to say? Sword Demon suddenly felt a little frightened. Butterfly Knot, what we're going to discuss next is about the leader, cough. Chapter 508. How could you not know what I'm talking about? Gu Fei asked. I understand what you mean. Breaking water arrow entering the guild with this kind of attitude is to deliberately destroy the harmonious atmosphere in water depth, right? Sword Demon said. Yeah, what do you think? Gu Fei said. My opinion. Sword Demon hesitated for a moment before saying, isn't your mentality too dark? It's just a game, there's no need to do so much, right? No. Gu Fei shook his head and insisted on his opinion, your thinking is too old-fashioned, this game is no longer the ordinary game you guys used to play. When I chatted with Lu Ke before, she already mentioned that there are many specialized businesses, studios, and the like that even looking for specialized talents to do it. This kind of thing, you've never played in the games you've played before, right? This is true. Sword Demon nodded. The activity of the studio shows the benefits that exist in the game. You still have the mentality of a normal player who only wants to have fun in the game, but if someone comes in to seek benefits, then there's nothing they can't do. Don't forget, in this world, there are no laws. Gu Fei said. The more you say, the more mysterious it is. Sword Demon said. Let's wait and see. There are already signs of it. I feel that in this game, the strongest guild won't be an organization like before, but definitely supported by a studio and other interest groups, relying on benefits to win over people's hearts. Gu Fei said. What benefits to win over people's hearts? Sword Demon was a bit confused. Wages, big bro. Gu Fei said. Wages. You mean, in the future, the guild will be like a real company? Sword Demon said. Not everyone is like this, but the strongest, I think it will be like this. Gu Fei said. Sword Demon thought, he couldn't figure out if Gu Fei's thinking was too naive or too trendy. Fan Tang, Bai Sha. Ai and the others came over to greet them. Thank you for just now, Ai said. Sword Demon and Gu Fei had come out one after another just now. Speaking of which, they were on Ai's side. Everyone could see this. Ai came over to express his gratitude. Ha, it's nothing, the two of them said. You two aren't spies? Ai asked. He had probably already secretly appraised them, so he asked out of politeness. Assassin. Lightning Mage. The two of them introduced themselves. That Ginkgo tea guy, I'll teach him a lesson next time, Ai said. He had to give an explanation for the previous battle. We're all brothers. What's the point? Let's just play around. Sword Demon was really a good brother. Not only did he act as a spy, but he also helped Water Depths maintain the harmony of the guild. Ai and the others didn't comment. After a moment of silence, they changed the topic and introduced everyone in their group to Gu Fei and Sword Demon. Apart from Gu Fei and Sword Demon, the six of them were all spies. As expected, they were good friends who fought together, picked up girls, and farmed monsters. Because Gu Fei and Sword Demon had spoken up for justice in the previous duel, they clearly expressed that they didn't mind the two of them joining their group. Ha, you guys get to know each other better. I'll be leaving first, Gu Fei said to the others. Where are you going? Ai and the others were surprised. Now that there was nothing else to do, they were preparing to train the two new members in jungle combat skills and teamwork. I'm going offline to sleep. I still have work tomorrow. Gu Fei waved at everyone and left. Ai and the others watched him leave as if they were looking at a monster. It wasn't uncommon for office workers to play games, but because office workers didn't have much free time to play games, they would try to play as much as possible at night. It was extremely rare for office workers to go offline so early. Are you two friends? Ai and the others asked Sword Demon. Yes. Sword Demon replied. When does he come every day? Everyone asked. Sword Demon was too embarrassed to answer. The amount of time Gu Fei spent online every day was a disgrace to their group. I'm going offline first. You stay and build a relationship with them. If there's a chance, find out about the water-breaking arrow, Gu Fei messaged Sword Demon. Okay. Sword Demon was a man of few words. After Gu Fei left, no one paid attention to him anymore. Yi quickly began to teach Sword Demon how to cooperate with their group. Speaking of which, in the duel just now, Sword Demon had seen through Ginkgo T's trick, so he had a better impression of Yi. Let me tell you about our skills first. Yi said to Sword Demon, the 6 of us are equipped with special equipment to extend the effect of the traps, increase the power, and increase the number of traps. The 6 of us have a total of 22 traps. The 5 of them have level 40 hunting traps. I can put 2-foot traps with damage. What trap? Sword Demon had never heard of it. Foot trap, Yi said as he wrote 2 words on the ground. Besides damage, are there any special effects? Sword Demon asked. It can reduce the opponent's movement speed by 100% for 5 seconds, Yi explained. Very strong. It's much stronger than the freezing effect of water spells, Sword Demon said. But it only reduces the movement speed. It doesn't affect the attack, Yi said. Well, I understand. Sword Demon nodded. Come on, everyone get up. Let's set up our most common trap array and show it to Sha Sha. Yi directed the other 5 to move. Sha Sha. The sword ghost almost threw up while hugging the tree. This bunch of brats don't randomly give people nicknames. The 6 of them immediately got to work, setting up traps everywhere. After Yi was the first to finish setting up the traps, he returned to Sword Ghost's side and began to explain to him how large the range of the trap formation was, which areas were controlled, which areas were empty, which areas were filled with traps, where they would hide, where they would launch their attacks, how to make the next step, and so on. Sword Demon listened and nodded. This was a level of skill that he had never touched on before. Then what should I do? Sword Demon couldn't help but feel a little immersed. Of course you already know where it's safe to stand in this trap array, but safety doesn't mean you can stand anywhere you want, you know? Yi said. I know, my position also has to match your position outside the circle, so that it doesn't affect your line of sight and attack angle. Sword Demon's perception was, of course, excellent, causing Yi to praise Sword Demon's awareness. Although there are many changes in the arrangement of the trap array, just like the one we're setting up now, we have some established plans and numbered them. This set, we call it version C. When you hear version C, you should know the position of each trap. But we, who are lying in ambush on the periphery, will choose different positions depending on the terrain or the situation. This kind of position selection, not only do we have to learn, you also need to master it. Because every time, you can only receive the coordinates provided by your teammates. You need to use your eyes to determine which tree your teammates will be hiding under, or in which bushes. This requires a certain understanding of your teammates' habits, and only then can you quickly make accurate judgments. This way, we can become the most tacit team. Yi said. That makes sense. Sword Demon was a little surprised, because this kind of speech really didn't sound like something a kid who could be easily provoked would say. Ha, it's all taught by Old Broken. Yi said. Speaking of which, it's a bit of a waste for Old Broken to become a marksman. I think his trap awareness and skills are probably better than even guild leader Deepwater. One of the 6 said. Yeah. We played with these trap arrays for a long time before we came up with them, but Old Broken just made some random adjustments to make them more powerful. Especially the big, medium, small, and 3 sets of A, B, C. They're really... I don't have words to describe them. Another said. Amazing, absolutely amazing. Old Broken, it's water-breaking arrow, right? I heard that he hasn't been in the guild for long, right? The topic shifted to water-breaking arrow on its own. Sword Demon really didn't want to refuse. If he didn't ask about it, he would be letting down his painstaking makeup. Yeah, it hasn't been that long. We don't know the specifics, but it's definitely a bit earlier than you and Soup. Yi said. Oh. After joining the guild these past few days, he's been the most talked about. Sword Demon said. Yeah, just from the few sets of trap arrays he designed, we know he's not an ordinary person. Yi said. Such a powerful person, was he someone from Forest Shade City? Why haven't I heard of him? Sword Demon expressed his doubts. I haven't heard of him either. Everyone was confused. What's so strange about it? Everyone has interacted with Old Broken. He's obviously not the type of person who likes to show off. Do you think he's that idiot Ginkgo T? Our guild is really lucky to be able to meet this kind of person and pull him into the guild. Yi said. In this whatever city battle, no one will be our opponent. I just don't know when it will start. I can't wait. It's good to open it later. Let's practice more and have a greater chance. Yes. By the way, Shasha, let's add each other as friends. In this jungle battle, sometimes we need some private chat. Yi suddenly said. This was naturally something Sword Demon wouldn't agree to even if he was beaten to death. He quickly said, I'm really sorry, my friends list is full. Many of them were added after joining the guild in the past few days. They're all brothers in the guild. I'm really sorry to delete them right after adding them. Let's wait a few more days. When I see that there's no contact, I'll delete them and add all of us. Oh. They all expressed their understanding. Then you should quickly familiarize yourself with these sets of trap arrays that we often use. Of course. Sword Demon wiped his sweat. He suddenly realized that when needed, everyone could become very treacherous. Lying was really a human instinct. He just opened his mouth and after he finished speaking, he found that, TSK, it was perfect and flawless. Damn, why am I being narcissistic? Am I infected? Chapter 509. For the entire night, Sword Demon followed Ai and the others through the forest, familiarizing himself with the traps, paying attention to his own movements, and paying attention to the habits of Ai and the others. Even though Ai's words were clear and logical, after a night of understanding, Sword Demon realized that they were just talking. Flawless teamwork was not something that could be practiced overnight. However, the traps on the ground weren't undeserved. Because Sword Demon had to be in the middle of them to move, he had a deep understanding of them. It seems like it's morning already. After a night, Ai walked out from behind a tree while stretching. The morning he was talking about was the morning in real life. For all-nighters like them, the time others woke up was usually the time they got off work. Sword Demon was also a member of this clan. He looked at the time and felt that it was about time to go offline. Everyone came out of hiding and started to organize their night's harvest. Although it was called training, it wasn't as simple as setting up traps in the forest. In fact, everyone just added some complicated tricks to the process of killing monsters and leveling up. After a night, there were still quite a few scattered harvests. However, for a top-tier expert like Sword Demon, the efficiency of this night's leveling was quite average. Moreover, Sword Demon didn't come here to level. It was a pity that Broken Arrow didn't show up again that night. From the mouths of Ai and the others, he could only see their admiration for Broken Arrow. As a result, it seemed that Gu Fei's deduction was more and more reliable. However, for Sword Demon, who had been immersed in the game for too long, he still felt that Gu Fei's avant-garde thinking was a bit inconceivable. Shasha, aren't you going to go offline? Ai and the others had finished packing up and came over to greet Sword Demon. Yes. Put away your clothes. Don't wipe your face. Just cover it up. It'll be maintained when you go offline, Ai told Sword Demon. I know. Sword Demon nodded. How could Sword Demon not understand these basic settings? The group left the forest together. After staying in the dark forest for nearly 10 hours, the sword demon felt that the sunlight was particularly dazzling. As for Ai and the others, they were clearly used to this kind of situation. They skillfully covered their eyes with their hands and continued chatting as if nothing had happened. The sword demon imitated them and looked around again. The edge of the forest was really lively at this time, and everyone looked the same. They put their hands on their eyes and hurried along like Goku. The forest shade players were already used to it, but Sword Demon, a foreigner, really found it funny. Together with Ai and the others, I headed to the resurrection point. After agreeing on a time to meet up, everyone logged off together. In the evening, Gu Fei always came online in the evening, and at this time, Sword Demon had already been in the forest with Ai's group for a few hours. Ordinary leveling efficiency was meaningless to Sword Demon. More importantly, he could no longer get any information about the water-breaking arrow. Of course, Sword Demon couldn't be comfortable. But the honest Sword Demon played his role as White Sand so faithfully. What made him depressed was Gu Fei, who played the role of Rice Soup. As an actor, this guy didn't think about how to play his role well. Instead, he directly replaced the role with his own style. This was a bit too free and easy. Since he went offline last night, he hadn't shown up since. Ai and the others weren't suspicious, but they already had a lot of opinions. In their opinion, since this comrade Rice Soup was an office worker, he shouldn't be assigned with them who could stay up all night. With so much time to get used to each other, wouldn't he be a burden to everyone when the time came? When will Rice Soup be served? Ai and the others had repeatedly asked this question countless times. It should be soon. It should be served then. Strange, why hasn't it been served yet? Sword Demon laughed and covered for Gu Fei. Finally, Gu Fei came online, but before he could send a message urging him to come over, he received a message from Gu Fei. How is it? Did you find out anything? After you went offline, I haven't seen the water-breaking arrow again. Sword Demon replied helplessly. Oh, then what about other people? For example, those kids. Gu Fei said. They have great respect for the water-breaking arrow. In addition, I've seen the traps designed by the water-breaking arrow. They really do have some skill. Sword Demon said. Then it seems that we still don't have an answer about whether or not we can cut the water-breaking arrow today. Gu Fei said. This is indeed a problem that requires further research, the Sword Demon replied. You're online for a long time every day, right? You haven't found anything after so long. What are you doing? Are you going to play with those kids? Gu Fei said. To be honest. Yes. What's worse is that I'm playing with them now. Sword Demon said in pain. Why don't you join a water-deep guild? Gu Fei said. Okay, I won't joke around anymore. Regarding the water-breaking arrow, I don't think I can get anything useful from these people. If I want to understand him, I can only approach him personally. Sword Demon said. Okay, find him, follow him, and see what he's busy with. Gu Fei said. Follow him. Sword Demon felt it was a bit wretched. What else can I do? Walk in front of him and ask, hey, brother, are you a good person or a bad person? Is that so? Gu Fei said. Following this person should be difficult, right? Will he be like you and be able to feel murderous intent? Sword Demon said. It won't be a problem if the distance is a bit further. Gu Fei said. How far? Sword Demon asked. 10 meters should be fine. Gu Fei said. Okay, then there's another problem. Where are we going to find the water-breaking arrow? Sword Demon said. Find your old friend. Let her find an excuse to ask around. She can shout in the guild channel and won't be able to find out where the water-breaking arrow is? As long as he's with a water-deep guild member. Gu Fei said. Sword Demon immediately sent a message to Lu Ku and asked her to find out where the water-breaking arrow was. That's easy. Lu Ku replied. Speaking of which, you guys have been busy all day, right? Did you notice anything? Sword Demon felt that the word, you guys, was extremely harsh. He was the only one who had been busy all day. Gu Fei went to the group and watched a duel that lasted for 5 minutes without seeing anything. Then after showing off a bit, he floated away, leaving him alone with a group of little brats until now. What was even worse was that after answering Lu Ku's question, Sword Demon discovered that his messing around really didn't have any results. His answer to Lu Ku was actually all the deductions that Gu Fei had made yesterday. This guy's idea is quite bold. Sword Demon was an honest person. When he told Lu Ku these things, he didn't forget to tell her that this was the deduction that Gu Fei made after witnessing the water-breaking arrow's behavior. Then I interacted with that group of little brats called A.E. for a night and found out that they really admired the water-breaking arrow. Sword Demon didn't want to admit that he had been busy all night, so he concluded something that he felt was meaningful. But it was obvious that his night was destined to be a tragedy. After receiving this message, Lu Ku replied, you discovered this after one night? Sword Demon, to be honest, I didn't think this was suitable for you from the beginning. Lu Ku said. Sword Demon, but that guy's deduction was reasonable. Lu Ku said. Oh. You don't form a guild now, so you may not be aware of some guild matters. Lu Ku said, let's take the upcoming city war as an example. What kind of position will the final victor have in the main city? What practical benefits will there be? These haven't been officially announced yet, but some studios have already begun to move. Don't you understand the situation of studios? Of the larger companies, which one of them didn't have some connections to the game company? When we played Eternal Legend, didn't you find out that Tingfei Studio was sweeping up a lot of Gulan Spring in the market, and then told us that this thing would definitely rise in price and suggested that we buy it if we could? Later, after the expansion pack was updated, Gulan Spring was one of the main raw materials in the production of equipment, food, and medicine. The price skyrocketed, and everyone took the opportunity to make a fortune. Now the guilds are the same. In the past, the studio operated a guild, but it was a commodity that was sold to others whenever there was a chance. Now they seem to have the idea of forming their own guilds. I think it's because of this city war. The winner of this city war, even if there aren't many vested interests, will definitely have the follow-up benefits of sustainable development. You have learned a lot. Sword Demon listened and was a little speechless. Our guild is now the most powerful in Shady Forest City. It can be said that we are the biggest obstacle for them to win the city war. If the studio is meddling, I won't be surprised by any means, Lu Ku said. Your current thoughts are quite intense, I need to digest them. I think we should meet up. You and Qianli talk together, your views are more similar, Sword Demon said. Hey, don't tell me you've really become so slow. This game really isn't the same as before, Lu Ku said. I know, I've gradually felt the same recently. I won't send it for now, tell us a place to meet and talk. Sword Demon replied and told A.E. and the others that he had something to do and had to leave. Then he informed Gu Fei to prepare to meet up with Lu Ku. What, Boss Lu has new instructions? Gu Fei smiled. He originally came for the Sword Demon's mission, but now he had the intention of helping Lu Ku remove the hidden danger of the guild. She agrees with your deduction, Sword Demon said. Really? What does she think? Gu Fei asked. You'll know in a moment. In a thatched hut in the city. A woman and two men sneaked in one after another. It was Lu Ku, Gu Fei, and Sword Demon. This thatched hut was also Lu Ku's private property. Talking in such a place was undoubtedly as safe as sending messages. You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.